Seeking. Ziegfest.
Oh my God, Vile! She told you that story. Should have told her not to tell that story. Oh, sorry. God damn it. She told us all about you and Taylor. Oh my God. Thanks. I didn't need those eardrums anyway. I'm sorry. I touched the fucking wire and I didn't mean to. I apologize. Oh my goodness. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Doing good? Oh, let's all give a big stretch. Let's all do a big stretch. Oh, stretch it out. Stretch it out. Oh, it's finally raining here. Good Lord. It's been a few weeks, been a couple of weeks since we had any rain here in Austin. And plants were dying of thirst. They needed some rain. Did your dad actually make you throw all of them away? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. What is up, everybody? How we doing today? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and it's Indie Saturday. Today, we're going to be playing some indie games, and let me tell you, whoo, it is. It's rough out there in the indie game world. I mean, there's lots of releases, but not a ton of quality as far as I can tell. Like, I went through all your suggestions, and I put in some work on my own looking for indie games, and the quality. I mean, there are quality indie games out there, but nothing like that would fit this channel. Like, there's a lot of probably good visual novel games if you're into those, or like RPG games, like with anime characters if you're into those. Like, there's a few of those, but like, woof. So let me ask you a question, Vincent, since you seem so fucking judgmental. Do you think if you like your job or enjoy your work, it's not work anymore? Does it not count? Does it not count as fucking work? I don't believe that. It does not count if you love it? Well, fuck you. How was my sleep? My sleep is all right. I've been sleeping good here. I've been sleeping really good here. We switched out our mattress. We just need to get a bigger one. We took the guest room mattress and we're sleeping on that now. It's a queen size, so it's not quite big enough for both of us and the dogs. But it's a really like thick, firm mattress, which is nice. So I've been sleeping all right. Is this a Zeke gets angry at how bad the indies are? I put 10 on the poll today. That should tell you something. Usually we have 8. I put 2 more on there just in case we run out. Just in case we start playing games and we're like, this sucks so bad. Let's move on. So I have 10 of them. No disc golf? I played disc golf yesterday. I played it for about an hour on stream yesterday after I got sick of playing Saros. I would not be able to handle the 80 degrees all the time where you stream at. Well, it's not, I mean, it gets up to that, and then I turn on the air conditioner in the room, so to mitigate that. So it's not always 80, but it gets warm. That's for sure. Was Saros that bad? No, Saros isn't bad. No, it's not bad. It's just, I'll be honest, it's just kind of, it's not as entertaining as Returnal. I'll say that much. It's not, well, that's what I'm saying. It's not a bad game. It's just, it's not a fun watch, I don't think. Oh, it's a ton of running. There's a lot of running. I think, like, in their world building, like, they're like, because it's a roguelike, which means, like, every run will be different. But when they were building, like, the modules to swap around and make a level, I think they might have made the modules themselves too big. Because there's a lot of, like, okay, you'll run into a room, you'll shoot a couple of enemies, and then you'll, like, run around this big room. Like, it's huge. But the movement is fast. That's nice. But it's just a lot of room. And it's hard to not appreciate it because it's beautiful. The environments are beautiful. But it's just I think it's just too big. I think they need to, like, if it were me, I'd be like, okay, take the room size and cut it down by about 25%, maybe 30, 40%. Make it more compact. And if you want to extend it, like, make more of them. I am not a size queen. No, I'm not. Nope. I don't know if I would be even if I like dick. Oh, we talking about dicks? No, we're talking about video games. Right. Right. We're not talking about dick. I got confused. Where was I? Oh yeah, 18 minutes ago, CDPR lied to us with 12 months resub. You got a whole year. Thank you very much, CDPR. Trash Hunter with a gifted sub to Mega Civ. And Frantic 3 with 2 years of subage. Gold badge for you, Frantic. Thank you so much. I watched Ron play most Saras. Seemed fun. Pretty good into the story. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to continue it, but probably just on my own time. Yeah. Wait, I was forcefully sub. Let me refresh. Does that make Trash my dom? Maybe. I don't know. That's between you and him. I think it's got to be consensual. But just to let you guys know that that I will be going on vacation on my last stream will be Thursday of next week. So I'll be gone Friday, Saturday, or Friday through Wednesday. So the 17th through the 22nd, there will be rerun streams that Scott will be running. Just to let you know. I'm guessing more P5. I don't know. He runs those. He actually asks you guys for your input. I'm guessing that's, yeah. It's going to be, yeah, one more drop frames without me. Is that Burning Man already? No. This is our biannual. Is biannual once every 2 years? Or is it 2 times a year? Because it's once every 2 years, once every couple years, we go and make a trip out to visit Katie's parents. It's both? Okay. So once every 2 years, we make an effort to head out there and hang out with her mom and dad and her sister out in Washington State. Burning Man in the summer will be rough. It's the end of summer, so Burning Man is the end of August. So let's see. Burning Man will be, and it's a fucking long trip this time because we're driving from Austin and it's like 24 or 26 hours. So we'll be leaving on the 26th of August for Burning Man and ostensibly returning on the 7th of September. Dogs too? Nope, they do not allow animals out of Burning Man. No animals allowed. We'll be boarding them. Why does Zeke's head look like my shaved nuts? You mean shaved nut? Maybe your shaved nut sack? Yeah, I get it. Whatever. I've heard it all. It's all stupid and unoriginal, so thanks for that. Because it's shaved, I guess. Also, oh, why? You're asking me why I got my haircut? Why does anyone get their fucking haircut? No, I get my haircut because I'm balding and it's hot. That's why. If you want to bring up a sore subject, you go right ahead, you fuck. I'm just kidding. Fuck me. What else? Oh, we might be closing on the house. If I didn't say that yesterday, we might be we're it was looking grim, and then it might pull through, and it's looking like it's going to pull through. We're going to sign papers on Monday. We're going to sign the papers on Monday. Going to have a notary out to the house so I can sign the house papers, and then on the 16th it closes. You know, barring any weird, unforeseen, emergent incidents, we will be done selling the house on Thursday. And it's been a stressful time. Like, the only time I've ever felt more stress was during the one pregnancy scare that I had. Not me, I wasn't pregnant, but someone else was telling me they were pregnant, or they were scared they were pregnant. Turns out that whole thing is a whole other story. Big old lie, manipulative bullshit, like terrible person kind of a thing. But it was it was definitely, she was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And she had it in her head that it would be funny, or not, maybe not funny, but definitely like manipulative to like tell me like, oh, I don't know, I missed my period and all this kind of stuff. That was the most stressful week of my life. This past month has been the second, for sure. And then you married her. No, it was a whole thing. It was just, you know, one night of passion, and then a week of just like, or not a week. No, it was a week, but a week after a month. So like, we had one night, we said our goodbyes, and then a month later she was like, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And I was like, we need to talk about this. And she refused to talk about it. She refused to come over and talk about it and take a pregnancy test in front of me. And she refused all that shit. So I was like, I was about 70% sure she was completely full of shit and lying. But that 30% of me was shitting its pants. But she came clean about a week later and was like, no, I didn't. I just wanted to. Never talk to that girl again. Yep. Well, bye. I missed my period. Also, have you seen my question mark? What the hell is going on here? Don't call it passion. That's not what it is. I don't know what else to call it. We fucked one night. There you go, Siley. No, that was the only time I've ever had like a scare like that. All right. Well, let's fucking take a look, man. These are the games. And I say games very lightly. These are the games we have. A couple of them from Itch, suggested by a viewer. And they look all right. They look like they might not be too bad. But that's, I'm stretching here. Like, this is, and god damn, man. I don't know. Do you think it was Observation Duty? The popularity of Observation Duty? I didn't know it was that popular. But like the anomaly hunting or spotting games? Oh, Exit 8. It's probably Exit 8. A combo of Exit 8 and Observation Duty that spawned a gajillion fucking indie anomaly spotting games. Like, I had to weed through, like, I think there's still one on the list. I think That's Not My Mom is one. And it looked, at least it looked a little bit interesting. And they said there's like a cool twist ending, maybe. But like, I think I could have made an entire Indie Day list of nothing but anomaly games, because there were so many of them. No, I like them too, but I have to have like it. It feels like a responsibility to have variety on the game list. So like, if it's a specific type of game, like a platformer or a strictly puzzle game, sometimes I'll do two, but I try not to do too many of the same genre of games. And horror games is a big umbrella. There's a lot of different things that fall under the horror game umbrella. So I don't mind putting like 3 or 4 different horror games as long as they're like, not the same, like not all survival horror or puzzle horror or psychological horror or whatever. I try and keep it like a variety, and it's tough sometimes, man, because trends being what they are, like the games that are being produced are like other games that have been produced and were successful. So it's fucking rough sometimes, especially if a fad is overtaking, and it looks like Anomaly Fad is still going very strong. Yeah, and if you want to vote, just while we're waiting for this ad break to go, and then we can jump into the trailers. If you want to vote, you can either use this link at the top of the chat, or you can look down below in the panel section. And it'll take you to this page, and you can vote by clicking on the title. You can vote for as many as you like, and you can change your vote at any time, like so.
Check your Prime subs and don't forget to wishlist Emberville.
Thank you, Badgie. Always don't forget to wishlist Emberville. There is one FMV on the list today, and it is in English, and it looks bad. It'll be a laugh, I think, probably. We'll probably get at least, I don't want to give it too much credit, probably at least 30 minutes of laughs out of it, I'd imagine, I'd hope. But it looks bad. No, it's not British. No, it is American FMV. And these actors are definitely from community theater. Like I did a lot of community theater, and I know these guys. Like, I know guys, the people like this. And it's, I think it'll be fun and funny for us. And I think I'll end up being like, that was a fun stream. Don't buy it. I wouldn't recommend buying it. Did you ever play the Asian FMV game where they start by kidnapping you and take you to a scam call center? I don't think so, Pesh. Oddly enough, that doesn't ring a bell. No, there are Gyros. There are rare FMV games, like one out of every, I don't know, 30 that I played. Maybe less than that. Maybe one out of every 25 that I played has merit, and I like it, and it's got like, it's got something that makes me want to continue playing it. But I'd say those other 24 are just like very, very like varying degrees of just bad. The Operator. Damn it. Oh, I didn't know this one was great. I really like this one. Yeah, I played 4.7 hours of this one. This one was good. Where you're you work at a bureau for like SCP stuff. That was fun. You want to light your darkest hour? You got it.
Now, light our
darkest hour. Okay. Does AC Black Flag count as indie now that there's only 5 people left that worked on it? Oh my God, that's so sad to say. That's so sad to say in here. But no, it does not count as indie if it's made by Ubisoft. Unfortunately, I would not count that. Okay. You guys ready to look at some games? Let's do that. All right, our first 2 games are itch games, itch.io games. And we're going to take a look at the first one called Vigil in the Mist. This is an atmospheric survival horror game where you are stranded on a watchtower. Something knows you're there and alone. Contact help and use what you have to survive. I don't know when this one came out,
Fucking
but
nuts.
it's download now, name your own price. I have no clue anything about it, but we're going to watch the trailer.
Eat my asshole!
And eat some assholes.
These are both short, but really cool.
There
The
you go,
second
Kissel.
one has a great twist at the end.
There you go. Okay. So these itch games are short, but cool, according to Kiskaloo. And you might know Kiskaloo from last week playing, or was it last week or this week? I don't remember. Playing Bridge Crew and the hurricane chasing game, Point Break? Outbreak. Unfortunately, the trailer doesn't give you much. There. That's what you get right there. There's something like on the top of your watchtower. And I don't want to overdo it, oversell it, because it's short anyway, so like I don't want to like, you know, spoil anything if there's stuff to spoil, but there it is. That's Vigil in the Mist. How much do you think I should pay for this if it gets voted in? Kiskaloo, because it's name your own price. $3? Fair. All right. All right. This one is $3 actually. It's called That's Not My Mom. This is an anomaly finding horror game where you search for unusual occurrences around the house. You play as a young elementary school boy who encounters anomalies every time he returns home from school. His mother behaves suspiciously and strange events seem to be spreading throughout the city. Your goal is to uncover the truth. Sorry, I've got a tickle in the back of my throat. Your goal is to uncover the truth behind this anomaly outbreak. Let's watch the trailer.
This is a government-issue emergency broadcast. Reports of anomalous activities are no longer isolated. Incidents are now confirmed across multiple districts. Authorities amid containment efforts have failed. The origin of the entities remain unknown, and their behavior is inconsistent. Citizens are instructed to remain inside their homes. International agencies are now monitoring the situation. Border restrictions are now under consideration. Stay indoors, limit contact, trust no familiar space. This broadcast will continue until...
Oh, it's the house. It's the fucking asset house. Oh my god. We've seen this house so many times. It must be a cheap asset. I wonder why they keep reusing the same house layout, and I'm guessing because it's stable. It works correctly. I don't know. But I bet Time to Spaghetti is real small on this one, I bet. All right, Zapzilla, thank you for the 65 months. And Kiskoo, thank you for the 300 bits. Rum Forest with 15 months. Fucking nuts. You fucker, you motherfucker. There you go. That's Not My Mom. That's Not My Mom. Those are the two itch games. Next up, we've got the FMV game. The Therapist Imposter. And this is the type of game that you're only gonna see on my channel. I don't know if any other channel plays these games. So here we go. Quote unquote Dr. Trigger. That's a good start. Quote unquote Dr. Trigger, a man with no experience whatsoever, starts a therapy clinic. Will he cave under the pressure, or can he fake it till he makes it? Become the worst therapist ever on purpose. An interactive FMV comedy experience with dozens of choices and over 90 total endings. All right. This game came out June 27th. Developed and published by Brady Madeiras. It is $5.
You must be Jared? Yeah, I'm Jared. Hey, can we not do the whole small talk thing? What the hell is your problem, man?
I skipped the small talk.
And that's all I'm going to show you. That is all I'm going to show you. Because it's community theater at its finest. And I think we want to save all the rest for when we play it. It's definitely going to get played. I'm sure. Okay, that was the Therapist Imposter. Next one up is Mouse Busters. This one looked cute and functional. There we go. This one actually didn't look too bad as far as a point and click little pixel adventure goes. JLC, thank you for giving a sub to Dr. Trigger. Explore a haunted apartment building as a tiny mouse exorcist in this pint-sized pixel adventure. Save its cute and quirky residents from their inner demons in Mouse Busters, also searched as Mouse Space Busters. Released June 10th, so about a month ago. Developed and published by Odin Cat. It's $12.99, or you can get the demo for free. Here we go. Yeah, that's what I thought, VexCrypt. I thought this looked pretty cool. There you go. Oh, wait. And then there's this, like it turns into Eldritch Horror, maybe? There you go. Mouse Busters. All right, next one is Master Healer Kale. Hold on. There we go. Master Healer Kale with Useless Party. This one has been suggested a couple times, and I'm not sure why. But, you know, hey, a few different people said, like, hey, this might be good. So, here we go. Master Healer Kale with Useless Party. It's a short incremental game where you play as a healer in a party. Your main job is to keep your party alive. Upgrade 200 plus skills in a skill tree from healing to party damage. Designed to be completed in around 4 hours. This one came out July 2nd, so about a week ago. Developed and published by Evrac Studio. You can get the demo or you can buy it for $3.59. If you have something, what is it bundled with? Oh, Healer's Quest. Appropriate. All right, let's check it out. I like how parts of the trailer are like, 180p for some reason. Okay. There you go. Master Healer Kale with Useless Party. Next one is Don't Let It Starve. There we go. A horror roguelike bento builder. You're trapped in an underground kitchen forced to feed a half-chef monster. Gamble with your life, assemble meals, and master your multipliers. Whatever you do, don't let it starve. This one came out June 12th, so about a month ago, developed by Eduardo Scarpato, published by Black Lantern Collective. You can play the demo or you can buy it for $8. Let's check it out.
Don't let me stumble on you.
Yeah, we saw a trailer for it. That's why it was on my wish list. Yep. There you go. Don't Let It Starve. All right, next one is Deadlined. This one, I mean, I put 10 on the list for this reason. For the exact reason, because a lot of them, I just don't know what they're about. And I have like 3 user reviews to go off of. Like, fuck, I'm trying here, folks. Deadline is a psychological horror where you lose yourself while trying to finish your paperwork before the deadline. This one came out 2 days ago, developed by Blobster, published by Blobster Dev. It's $2, and the review says it's a Papers, Please type game with horror elements. They don't show you any of the Papers, Please shit at all. I had no idea what it was, so I had to go to the reviews to see what kind of a game it was. That's it. That's all you get. And there's not another trailer, so there we go. Taking a chance, but that's what Indie Day is all about. All right, next one is Mesmele. All right, Mesmele is an occult visual novel with point-and-click mechanics. A magical incident in your personal life brings you to a small witch's coven in the middle of nowhere. Here, you'll learn to tame your ability, though not without some bumps along the way. This one also came out 2 days ago, developed and published by Rain Orbital Dot. You can get the demo or buy it for $7.64. Let's check it out. Dude, I'm out. So the idea of today is if we find a good game, just keep playing that one. As long as you can stand it, just keep playing that game, that good game. Because all of most of the list, gambles. They're all just gambles. All right, that's Mesmele. The next one is How to Make a Bomb, or an Atomic Bomb. Oh, did I not put it on my wish list? It is on my wish list. I wonder why it's not. Maybe I misspelled something. All right. Okay, this one is called How to Make an Atomic Bomb in Your Garden. An absurd backyard bomb building simulator. Raise funds, plan your approach, hunt down rare parts, and assemble your atomic masterpiece while staying calm and avoiding suspicion from nosy neighbors and federal agents. This one came out June 9th, so about a month ago, developed and published by Karahan. You can get the demo for free, or you can buy it for $11.69, of course. Vincent, thank you for gifting a sub to Copium. Not much going on in this chore simulator. Okay. But you'll be relying on me to carry the stream? No! no cat mail on the list. Man, look at me, dude. I'm a 46-year-old dude. Like, you think I'm gonna wanna, like, I look at cat mail and I go, nope. Like, that's a Dodger. I bet Dodger might give that a look. Also Dan. Also Dan. That means I'm saving it for off stream. And I'm jorking while I'm playing. All right, that's how to make an atomic bomb in your garden. And the last game, they left us here. This has been on the list before, but I'm going to give it another chance because I like the premise. It's a trope that we've seen before, but I like it. A sci-fi first-person horror indie game where you explore an abandoned space station. This one came out May 25th, developed and published by SCH Gaming. You can get the demo for free or you can buy it for $5.09. And it's apparently relatively short. Which, you know, always is a good thing for indie day. If I can finish a game, that's nice. I mean, it looks like it could be suspenseful, could be good, but once again, it's gonna be a gamble. All right, let's see what you guys voted for first. Was it even close? It was for a bit. It was for a bit, but we're gonna get the FMV out of the way right now. Okay, I will take that one off the list, and I will leave the other ones up for voting while we play this game called The Therapist Imposter. God, I hope this is at least funny and not just terrible and boring. Ugh, I'm not hopeful. 0 followers and no box art. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Okay. Let's get this going here.
Hey, hi, you must be Jared? Yeah, I'm Jared. Hey, can we not do the whole small talk thing? What the hell is your problem, man? I skipped the small talk.
Just fucking lays him out for no reason. Okay. There it is.
What brings you in today? What?
Okay, we're not going to spoil anymore. Dr. Trigger, a man with no experience whatsoever, starts a therapy clinic. Will he cave under the pressure or can he fake it till he makes it? Become the worst therapist ever on purpose. An interactive FMV comedy experience with dozens of choices, branching paths, and over 90 total endings. Okay. This one came out June 27th. Developed and published by Brady Medeiros. Seems like one person. And it's $4.99. Let's fucking go, dude. Yeah, must be an ending from like every choice, you'd think. This game is a work of fiction. Oh, you don't say. Okay. No settings. And the music is already fucking amazing. Session 1, The Widow. Oh, they're locked. Oh, shit. Okay, there are 10 sessions to this. Bear in mind, this game was less than 2 gigabytes. So I'm guessing these are going to be real short.
Hi, Esther.
Hi, yes.
Dr. Trigger, how are you?
Dr. Trigger, how
Yes,
are you?
glad you made it.
Good.
Would you like to lay down? Have a seat or lay down. It's up to you.
Do you mind if I have a seat?
You can absolutely have a seat.
Oh,
Sit right down there.
The bed, I don't like the bed. Thank you.
Okay. So, Esther, what brings you in today?
Well, I'm not doing too good. My husband passed away. I don't know what to do. I lost my house. I don't know where I go. I don't know what to do.
Okay, chat. What do we say? At least you're free. Damn, it'll get better. All right. Let's do it.
Damn.
Damn. That's all you got to say to me.
I'm sorry, but that's a lot to take in.
I'm out of here. I'm sorry.
No, Esther, hold on, please, hold on. Hold on. Just have
no.
This is a healing process. Esther, sit down.
No,
Sit
I
down.
had enough of you
No,
already.
just sit down.
Oh,
Sit down.
brother.
This is definitely a healing process. It's just that's a lot for me to comprehend. This is a healing process. This is the beginning. So Esther, do you think that there is a issue that's keeping you from trying to climb out?
They had to have filmed this in the break room, right?
Yeah.
Of their
I'm getting
work?
old. I'm tired. I'm at a low. I don't know what to do. I give up.
They don't even give me the premise. Like, why am I doing this? Why is this guy trying to be a fucking therapist, bad or otherwise? What? Maybe you're right. Just be grateful you're still alive. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's fun. That's a fun noise. Good Lord. Okay. We should do two? Okay. Just be grateful you're still alive.
Just be grateful you're still alive.
Be grateful that I'm still alive. I can't believe what I'm hearing from you. You should be lucky you get patients to come and see you.
I don't get patients to come and see me. You're my first patient.
What?
I'm at my first patient today. Today, you're my first patient today. Let's just continue. How do you cope when you're anxious or you're depressed? How do you cope with that?
Oh, God. I gamble a lot. A lot. That's why I'm in the situation I'm in.
I drink myself. Can you afford today's session? Just stop gambling. I got to go with one.
Well, I drink myself.
Good for you. But how does that help me with my situation?
Listen here, lady. I thought we were sharing.
Nice
I guess
cut,
not.
dude. Nice
Let's
edit.
continue. Oop, I'm sorry, Esther. Oh, it's my wife, Esther.
You gonna answer it?
Hello? Yeah. Oh, Esther, I gotta take this. It's my wife.
Esther is my grandma's name, or was my grandma's name.
Yeah, well, how was your phone call?
Actually, it was pretty good. It was my wife. Where are we? Where were we doing? Where were we at?
I don't know where you're at, but I'm about to leave. Sorry about that.
Is this Canada? Is this Canadian? All right, awesome.
Awesome. My wife's expecting me to be home in an hour anyways.
You're something else. You got to be more professional.
Wait.
What?
I don't care if you come back for another session, but you owe me $100 for today's session.
Ain't gonna happen. You should be paying me $100 for what I had to go through with you today.
We had an agreement, and my wife's expecting that money today. I told her I already made it.
That is not my problem.
Well, we gotta attack her, right?
Hey!
I need that money, Esther. I'm done asking, and this is getting way out of control.
You think?
Listen here. If any of this gets out about this or my practice, I'll hunt you down. I'll find out where you are. I'll take care of you, and you won't be missing your husband any longer.
Jesus
Do you understand?
fucking
Yeah, I sure do.
Christ.
Hopefully I don't have to see you again. I'll get out of here.
God, dude. Good Lord, what the fuck, man?
I mean, as far as first patients,
I don't think this game knows what tone is. I don't think whoever made this game is like, what do you mean tone? I don't understand. What does that word even mean? Oh, session complete. Okay, let's go to the main menu and play the next session. There we go. The Outcast.
oh, come on in. You Henry?
Yes.
Must be Henry, right?
You must be Dr. Trigger?
That's right. So Henry, what's going on? What's bringing you in today?
I just don't want to live anymore.
Oh my Lord. Real original.
So you don't want to live anymore. Real original, kid.
Damn.
I'm just saying, kid, there's got to be more to your story.
Damn.
Any kid today, if they want to live, chances are they're going to say no.
My parents are getting separated, and everything in my life is changing.
This is genuinely hard for me to watch. Is your mom hot? Ooh, what happened? Why does that involve you? Well, I gotta go with number one, yeah.
So divorce, huh? Is your mom hot?
Bruh.
What?
I don't know. That's my mom.
You've got eyes, don't you? Just help a guy out. Is she attractive?
Yeah, I guess.
You think your mom's attractive? That's weird, dude.
What? You just said.
Well, I'm a married man anyways, so you're kind of making this whole conversation pretty awkward.
I can't pause.
So this separation situation with your parents, how does it make you feel mentally?
How does it make you
Just
feel
very
mentally? Okay, so don't. So you don't want me to pause for the ads? Because I'll pause for the ads for you guys. But it seems like people are like, please, please give me more ads. Please. Zapzilla, thank you for giving a sub to Vicky O'Flow. Oh, man. Can I turn off Turbo so I can get ads? Can I unsub to the channel so I can get ads? No, I'm waiting. I'm waiting 10 more seconds for the ads to be done. So everybody has to go through this with me. I am not doing this alone. Or I'm not doing this without everybody on. All right. You're welcome. We paused because of the ads. I didn't make another decision because of the ads. You're welcome. All right. Because everyone's going to suffer. Everyone's going to suffer. Thank you, Zapzilla, for giving a sub to Vicky O'Flow, and Boxes giving a sub to Trader Joe. All right. I don't believe in depression.
I don't believe in depression.
Is that so?
Yeah. Why?
You're a therapist, and you don't believe in depression?
No. I don't think you should either.
Huh?
So if you walk around all day long saying, I'm so
Thank you,
depressed,
Vincent, for
poor
giving a
me,
sub to
poor
What a
this,"
Dick.
and you keep that cycle going, break it up. Just break it up. Walk around going, you know what? I'm a badass.
I'm a badass.
No, you're not a badass, but you can think you're a badass. So are these depressing thoughts influencing other parts of your life?
Yeah. Since the separation, I had to go to a new school, and I haven't made any friends yet.
I can tell.
Yeah, I can tell.
What? How can you tell?
It's the way you've been talking to me today. I wouldn't be your friend either.
Oh.
Young at heart, gifting a
Hey,
sub.
don't get all pouty with
Bert
me. We're here
therapist.
today to get through this, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
So why do you think you struggle so hard to make friends?
I don't know. I just don't know how to make friends.
Just Google it, go to parties, or smile more. Seeing ones and threes, huh? All right. Let's go one.
Why don't you just Google it?
Did you just suggest that I should learn how to make friends through Google?
Yeah, why not? Google knows everything. Isn't that what the kids say?
Yeah, I guess.
Exactly. I don't see Google drawing a line on making friends.
Oh boy.
Well, I think we're all good to go. I think we really made some progress today. $100.
$100? I'm supposed to pay today?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know I told you this. That's not something I'd forget.
Well, I don't have cash on me, so...
Then get some, send it in the mail, or give me your mom's number. Oh, I gotta go with 3.
I tell you what. Give me your mom's number. We'll call it good.
Oh. Wait, are you trying to get with my mom?
No, sicko. I'm going to contact her to arrange how she's going to pay.
Oh.
Now go on. Get out with that sick mind, sicko.
You didn't get the money or mom's number. What's happening?
What a sick mind.
I don't know. I don't know. I think this is going to be my speed run game. I think I'm going to time all the sessions, see which ones are the shortest, and work on my fast clicking. And I'm going to get the world record in the therapist imposter. You know what? Actually, if I played through all of the sessions, I probably already have a world record for this game. I doubt anyone has finished this. All right. The Workaholic.
Yeah, come on in.
Oh, there's 14 endings for this
Hi, you must
one.
be Jared?
Yeah, I'm Jared. Hey, can we not do the whole small talk thing? What the hell is your problem, man?
I skipped the small talk.
Ending 1 of 14. And time. Okay. The Artist. Okay, so the Widow has 6 endings. The Outcast has 3. The Workaholic has 14. The Artist has 12 endings. No, we'll go back and replay some sessions for
wait,
sure.
Dave?
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
Dave.
Dave, how you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Why do you come on in? Have a seat. So what brings you in today, Dave?
You know, I just recently retired, and I've always had these art talents, and I told myself, when I retire, I'm going to put those to use and do something with my art.
Yeah,
And
remember,
I started
all
this business.
donations during this run go directly to Doctors Without Taste. I'm sorry to hear that. No, why isn't it going well?
So why isn't it going well?
Well, you know, a lot of people have been just harsh and mean about my paintings, and it's really kind of hurt a lot. I'm really kind of hoping that you'll take a look at them and give me some encouragement instead of all these haters that are just jealous.
Oh, should we agree to look or don't agree to look? We should look? Okay, let's look.
Yeah, I think I could do that. I can look at those. For you.
That really means a lot because I value your opinion. This first one is very abstract.
Is this your mixing palette? Did your kid paint this? All right, let's go 2.
Did your kid paint this?
No, that's all me. That's years of experience.
Great.
It is. It's really great.
This is terrible. Reminds me of a volcano. Let's go 2.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of a volcano.
A volcano?
Yeah. All the lava and the rocks. That's cool.
I hate frickin' volcanoes. That's not even what I was thinking.
Who hates
This is a bunch of
volcanoes?
crap, man.
What a weird thing
Well,
to hate.
I don't know. I mean, isn't art subjective?
But you can't tell that's outer space.
Nope, definitely not outer space. Oh, I see it now. Break painting. Well, I don't need your input on this one.
No, not at all.
What the hell is wrong with
What the hell is wrong with you?
That's my painting.
What is wrong with my dog can paint better than that?
Just another damn hater.
Oh my God. Okay. All right, that was The Artist. 1 of 12 endings. The Anxious. Let's see what this one's all about.
Amanda? I'm assuming it's Amanda, right?
That is correct.
Hi, how are you today?
Good.
You doing okay? Like to have a seat?
Sir?
All right. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
You're right on time, aren't you?
Always.
You look different than your photo. Some weather, huh?
Oh, Amanda, you look different than your photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I didn't mean anything by that. It's just the observation that I had made.
Right.
So, Amanda, what does bring you in today?
I'm kind of anxious that I might lose my job.
Just stop being anxious, or do you suck at your job? Ooh, both are good. Both are good. Both are good. 2. Okay, 2.
So, do you suck at your job or what?
No, I don't suck at my job.
Why are you so afraid you're going to lose it?
I'm just worried about all this AI they're implementing and my importance.
What the hell is AI? Or you're scared of robots? Okay, let's go 2.
So, let me get this right. You're afraid of a robot.
Well, I guess when you put it like that, it sounds silly.
Exactly. It does sound silly because it is silly. Don't let it worry you.
You had to remember his line.
Yeah, you're right.
So, Amanda, how much of you worrying about your job is affecting the rest of your life?
A lot. I forget to eat. I forget to sleep. And I get in fights with my husband for no reason at all.
I think you're acting too hard for this. I really think you're acting too hard. Well, that's dumb. Was your mother the same way? Okay.
Is your mother the same way?
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Whoa, hold on. I'm just saying, you take it out on your husband. And I was just wondering if that was a trait that you seen growing up as a kid from your mom.
Well, it isn't.
Okay, I get it. Okay.
But I do feel bad for taking it out on my husband.
Okay. Not your husband's fault letting one thing destroy your life. Oh my God. Hold on. We're thinking it's thunder. that's making them like go off, but don't know. Okay. Let's go with one.
You know, it's not your husband's fault that you're struggling at your job. So why go home and take it out on him?
Yeah, you're right. And I know that.
My God. Lucky he doesn't leave you or make it right with him. Well, yeah.
You know, honestly, Amanda, you're lucky he hasn't left you.
Are you kidding me? Who are you? I thought you were in this to make people feel better.
Amanda, my job is to make you better, not make you feel better. I know this is the harsh truth, but you so scared that you're going to lose your job, it's just going to make your life even worse and worse.
All right. You're right. I get it.
So, as far as first sessions go, Amanda, are you feeling some sort of relief? I mean, moving forward with where we're going with this?
A little, I guess.
What a waste of time. Progress is progress. You're still paying me. That'll be $50. Okay, 4.
That'll be $50.
Oh, bold.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Uh-huh. I was looking forward to the next session, but I don't think I'm going to be back.
Just because I wanted to be paid?
The lack of professionalism.
Then ruin your life by having all that anxiety.
Oh my
Zinco.
God. Rick Stitch, thank you for the 77 months. All right. Main menu. Play. And how many we got left? Oh my God. We still have 4 left. All right. Session 7, the teacher. Oh, no. Oh, we got 5 left. Session 6, the matchmaker.
Hi. You Juliet?
Yes.
How you doing today? Have a seat.
What up, Cassiopeia? Thank you for 94.
Zaklav.
Found a pencil, huh?
Yeah, apparently.
So, Juliet, what brings you here today?
We improv that line. Oh,
I feel
man.
like I'm missing something.
Like a therapist or like what? Like a therapist?
You mean like a therapist? Because I'm right here. You got one.
I just see all this grand love stuff on TV, and I want that.
Henry?
Oh, am I interrupting?
Clearly.
I got your money.
Oh, hell yeah. Take that. Thank you.
Let Henry leave or wait a minute. Well, we gotta see what wait a minute, what?
Wait a minute. Henry, have a seat. Right over here.
Okay.
Have a seat, son.
This didn't have an adult tag on it, did it? Oh, this is the
Henry,
matchmaker.
this is
Oh my God.
Yep. This is Henry.
Hi.
That was pathetic or well done? Okay. All right. Well done.
Well done. Well done.
What the hell is going on?
Friendship, Henry, or it doesn't concern you. All right. Let's do 1. Sure.
Friendship, Henry. Friendship. This is what friendship looks like.
Oh. So what now?
Kiss her. Talk about your interest. Oh, we got to kiss her. Kiss her. Go ahead. See how weird this is.
Kiss her, man.
There you go.
So,
Fucking can't get her.
What the hell was that?
Oh my
Soon,
God.
it's a little soon for that.
Fuck's sake, man. Okay. Yeah, full contact because they're stage actors. If they're actors at all, they're stage actors. All right. The Teacher. There are 14 different endings for that one.
Hi, Dr. Trigger.
Whoa.
It's nice to meet you. Hi, very nice to meet you.
Can you shut the door,
Oh,
please?
yeah, sure. Oh my God, you have no clue. I have been waiting for this all week. Like, you don't know what I've been through. I just need to really talk to you. I am like so happy that I'm here. My week has just been crazy.
The jump cuts, man. Hey, how about you calm down?
Whoa. This is therapy. It's not that exciting. Slow the hell down.
Oh, I thought you were gonna help me. Like, I was so excited to talk to you about everything and get better.
Oh, tell me what's going on.
So I'm a middle school teacher?
Say no more. That sucks.
Say no more. Okay? That sucks.
I didn't even get to the part that is wrong.
You're telling me it gets worse? Goodness. Please continue.
Well, I got into teaching because I wanted to make an impact on young lives, but oh my God, these kids.
Oh, and he's wearing a different shirt, I just realized. So they filmed this over a few days. Oh, and the table is different as well. Oh my God. They took more than one day to make this? Overpaid babysitter.
So basically, you're an overpaid babysitter?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, sometimes I feel like it, but no.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're an overpaid babysitter.
You know what I think? I think you're an overpaid therapist.
Well, I mean, obviously we're going to punch her.
I'm calling the cops.
Okay. The Toxic Relationship. This one has 13 endings.
Elizabeth?
Mr. Trigger, it's me, Elizabeth.
Hi, how are you doing? It's Dr. Trigger, by the way. But
I'm
hey, if
sorry.
you'd like to have a seat, come on in.
Thank you.
You bet. You're welcome. So, Elizabeth, what brings you in today?
Well, Dr. Trigger, I've unfortunately been with this man for several years, and now he is not the same man in which he used to be.
Break up with him.
Just break up with them.
Just like that?
Why hesitate?
So, why do you hesitate so bad just to break up with him?
Because I really like him.
He doesn't like you, though.
But, just like you said, he doesn't like you.
I never said that.
You said he hasn't been treating you the same way. That's definitely a clear indication that he doesn't feel the same.
No,
But
Rit,
maybe
I have
there's
not.
something going on with me. Maybe there's something going on with him that is making him treat me this way.
Holy hell, the thunder outside is fucking insane. Oh, man. Nah, it's you.
Nah, it's you.
What?
It's you.
You won't even consider it at all?
No. Clear as day. It's you. You're in denial.
You are just an ass!
Really? Blame your therapist?
What?
Classic denial symptoms. Right there.
Whatever, Dr. Trigger, whatever.
This is honestly like, it reminds, like, if my dad got paid to act, this is what we would get. All right, how many we got left? We got 2 left. Session 9, The Pet Griever. Oh, God.
Hi, you must be Michelle?
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
A smile wouldn't kill you.
Wow. You don't seem very happy to see me. You know, a smile wouldn't kill you.
Forgive me. I'm just going through a lot. That's why I'm here.
Well, I guess that makes sense. But I mean, still, a smile is a nice thing to do. I appreciate the apology. Want to have a seat? So we established you're not doing real well. So let's just get right to it. What's going on, Michelle?
I recently lost my dog.
I love my dog. Or did you forget to feed him? Or that's it? Ooh, which one? Oh, all these are great. Great choices. Let's go with one.
Oh, I love my dog. He's just a cute little guy.
Oh, well, that's nice.
You want to see him? I got him in the other room.
Oh,
No,
thanks.
No, let me get him. Let me get him. Look at, isn't he cute?
Oh
Look at
my
him.
God.
Guy. That's my baby.
This really isn't helping right now.
Why did a cute puppy help everybody?
This is not helping.
Get over it.
You really need to get over it. It's just a dog. Boo hoo, hoo hoo hoo.
You know what? You need a change in career. You have no empathy for animals.
What the hell? You have no empathy for this box of tissues.
The funny thing is, I'm trying to think of like, is this the worst FMV I've ever played? And it's not even in the bottom 5. It's not even in the bottom 5. No, it's that good. No, I played that many. I have played that many. The worst one, if you want to know the worst one, it could, like, there's a few it could be, but possibly the I'm in love with your dead grandmother. That might be the worst FMV I've ever played. There's a highlight of it on my YouTube if you want to see it.
Can I help you? Yeah, hi, Dr. Trigger?
Yep.
Yeah, hi, I was hoping to have a session with you today.
I don't take walks.
Look at him. He's a detective. He's got the detective coat on.
I did bring like $500 cash. I knew that...
Have a seat, sir. Right there.
Walk-ins could be more expensive.
They are, but you know what? You have a seat.
I appreciate it. Thank you for seeing me.
No problem.
On such short notice.
All right, sir. So, what's your name?
Yeah, so we're going to do this a little bit differently.
What do you mean?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to ask the questions this time, bud.
Bud.
Can I ask just one question?
Sure.
Who are you?
Yeah, you can call me Agent J. I'm a detective.
I mean, obviously they couldn't afford 2 cameras. They keep panning back and forth. All right. And you need therapy?
And you need therapy?
Thank you, Vincent. Giving us up to who's your daddy? You are. You are.
Look, I'm conducting an investigation into your practice, Dr. Trigger.
My practice? My practice is doing perfectly fine.
Yeah, sure. Look, we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. It's your choice. Will you accept this investigation?
What in the fuck? Who? Oh my God, you know what? I don't even know why I'm asking what the fuck. There's no point. There's no point asking what the fuck. All right. I will accept the investigation.
Sure. Go ahead. Whatever you have to do.
Yeah, that's a good call. So why are you impersonating a therapist, Mr. Trigger?
Well, number one is Dr. Trigger, and I'm not.
I have testimonies that prove otherwise.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
I don't. I don't, huh?
You shouldn't have. There's nothing to testify against.
Huh. That's interesting. Grandma, come on in.
Grandma?
Hey. Hello there, Doc.
She's insane.
This lady's insane. Matter of fact, her last session, I put it in the books. This lady needs to be institutionalized.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, Grandma, Why don't you tell me something about Dr. Trigger here?
If you ask that therapist any kind of question, his answer every time is always insane.
Okay. So take, for example, a spouse coming in mourning the dead husband that she just lost. What would you say to them? What advice would you give?
Punch him. Congratulations.
I would tell her congratulations.
Congratulations. Are you insane?
I told you, he's nuts.
Okay, yeah, I got this, Grandma. All right, I'm sorry for not believing you. This guy's going down, okay? I got it from here. You can head out. Congratulations. Really.
Filmer leaving, of course.
Look, Dr. Trigger, I thought this was going to be easy. I thought I was going to come in here, put a little heat on you, and you admit to being a fraud.
I'm really sorry I disappointed you.
Look, I'll make this simple. Do you actually have a therapist license? I don't know, PhD, bachelor's, high school diploma.
Thanks, Sarah, for the 25.
Pog.
Pog to you. Yes, but not on me.
Well, yeah, of course I've got those things. I mean, they're at my house.
Wow, that's really convenient. You know it's against the law to not display your therapist degree, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, easy mistake. You gonna go get him?
You're gonna wait?
Well, yeah, of course. I got the time.
Let's run away.
Now we got you for fleeing an active investigation.
I will break free.
Jason, think carefully about this. Stand down now.
Stand down? How do you know my first name? Or knock him? Oh, knock him out. There you go, buddy. Oh. Oh, does it get dark now? Holy fucking hell! It does indeed. Okay. Oh, it's starring his dad. It's actually starring his dad. Wow, that's a name. Okay. What was the one that we punched and left? That we want to see more of? Was it the workaholic? Workaholic, okay.
Yeah, come on in. Hey, hi, you must be Jared?
Yeah, I'm Jared. Hey, can we not do the whole small talk thing?
Small talk anyway.
It's really hot out there today, isn't it?
Dude, really?
What? It's not really the heat, it's the humidity. The
Okay,
humidity
so
hits you every time.
So we're just doing the small talk thing then.
Wow, you catch on fast.
Wow, you catch on fast. Nothing gets past you, does it, Jared?
Dude, what is this?
Jared
What are we
from
doing?
Subway?
We're having a small talk conversation.
I asked you nicely not to have small talk.
Don't tell me what to do.
Hey, you don't tell me what to do in my office. If I don't have small talk, I have small talk. Go ahead and have a seat. We'll get started.
Hey, you don't tell me what to do either. I will not sit down. I'm gonna leave.
Well,
Wait.
drive safely. You know, the traffic's crazy out there. Pathetic, pathetic. Jeez.
All right, let's do that again.
Yeah, come on in. Hey, hi, you must be Jared?
Yeah, I'm Jared. Hey,
This is the challenge. We got to get this guy to stay. Thanks, Spencer. Okay.
Yeah. No problem. No problem. Go ahead and have a seat, okay?
Hey, sorry, I just don't have a lot of time.
So, Jared, what brought you in today?
My car?
My fucking car. Are you dumb?
Are you dumb?
What?
Obviously, your vehicle physically brought you here, but what brings you to therapy?
Dude, chill. It was a joke.
Oh, now I get it.
Oh, now I get it.
Yeah?
The car physically brought you here.
The car physically brought you here. You were making a joke about
They're for
that?
sure Canadian or North Dakotan.
Yeah.
You need to find some simpler jokes. That one went way over my head.
Okay, man.
So, are you ready to tell me what brought you in today?
I feel like I'm just really struggling with work-life balance. I'm always at work.
American for sure. Keefe, America has not cornered the market on bad acting. I mean, sure, we have our fair share. But I have a Turkish FMV to show you if you think America is the only people who are capable of it. Does your family want to see you?
Does your family even want to see you?
The hell? Of course.
Oh, you
they
don't?
wanna see
Oh,
me.
no
What
one
do you mean
ever
by that?
sounds like that in North Dakota? Okay, Dante. Then they're Canadian. Got it. Confirmed. Drive there in your car. You're lame. Is your situation affecting them? Oh, sorry, Beta Cafe. I meant Indian. Remember that Indian punch, kick, whatever game, FMV? Oh. That was traumatic. That was bad. That was, oof. Trying to forget it. Yeah. That one was one of the worst. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Lamb Duders. All right. Is your situation affecting them?
So, is this work-life balance, is that affecting your family?
Yeah. They think that I never do anything with them, but when I get home, I'm just so tired.
So, what do you do when you get home?
You know, I just chill, play video games and stuff.
Cut that into a bit? I see where your priorities are? Sure.
Damn. I see where your priorities are.
Don't you even try that. It's not like that.
Yeah, it is. You just blatantly told me that you worry about your video games more than your kids.
No, that's just more of an unwinding thing for me.
Just admit it, dude. You hate your kids. It's okay.
I do not hate my kids.
They hate you.
But they sure as hell hate you.
That's it. Come here.
I will stand my ground.
What?
I was expecting you to run.
I'm expecting you to run.
Okay. Return to checkpoint.
So, is this work-life balance, is that affecting your family?
Yeah. They think that I never do anything with them, but when I get home, I'm just so tired.
So, what do you do when you get home?
You know, I just chill, play video games and stuff.
Could you maybe cut into that a little bit? Like maybe spare an hour right after work?
Oh,
promises,
that's
but
what
maybe.
that meant. I thought it meant
Hey,
cut it into
it may
a
or
bit
may not
like for
work,
a
but at least
stand-up
it's a step in the right
comedy.
direction.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, how much do I owe you for today?
Let's do $200.
That'll be 200.
200? Do you charge all your patients this much?
Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Jesus. I was joking. It's 100.
All right. You got me. It's $100.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, it was a test. By the way, you passed.
But if I wouldn't have passed, you would have taken $200 from me.
Well, yeah. That's your penalty for failing.
Unreal.
Thanks, Jared. Have a nice day.
They didn't know. They made no effort to make this look like a fucking therapy room at all. Like, you could have given me an afternoon and I could have made this better. Jesus Christ. All right, hold on. Let's return to the
So
checkpoint.
is this work-life balance, is that affecting your family?
Yeah. They think that I never do anything with them, but when I get home, I'm just so tired.
So what do you do when you get home?
You know, I just chill, play video games.
You can't
and stuff.
skip. You can't skip previous scenes. Oh, there we go.
Could you
Okay.
maybe cut into that a little bit?
I didn't do the
Maybe spare
choice you
an hour
guys
right
wanted
after
last
work?
time, so I'm going to do it this time.
No promises, but maybe.
Hey, it may or may not work, but at least it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah. Right, exactly. So, how much do I owe you for today?
$100, $50.
Let's just call it 50.
Oh, really? That's not bad.
Yep, I got the best advice with the best price.
Thanks, Doc.
You have a nice day.
You too.
Best advice for the best price? I gotta write that down.
Okay. Let's see. We got 5 of 14 for the workaholic. There's 14 endings on that. Redo matchmaker? Okay.
Hi. Are you Juliet?
Yes.
How you doing today?
I'm good.
Go ahead, have a seat, okay?
All right.
You found a pencil, huh?
Yeah, apparently.
So, Juliet, what brings you in today?
You know, I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something.
Wait, it has a positive review score? It has a review, Mind Drive? That's surprising. Like what?
Like what?
I just see all this grand love stuff on TV, and I want that.
Henry?
Oh, am I interrupting?
Clearly.
I got your money.
Oh, hell yeah. Take that. Thank you.
Do we let Henry leave this time? Oh, we okay. So we'll make him wait a minute again. Okay.
Wait a minute. Henry, have a seat.
No kiss this time.
Right over
Okay.
here.
No
Okay.
kiss.
Have a seat, son. Sorry. Henry, this is Juliet. Juliet, this is Henry.
Hi.
That was pathetic.
What kind of introduction was that? That was pathetic.
I mean, we just introduced ourselves.
Act interested.
Well, act interested. You just said you wanted a man. There one is.
Oh, that's what's going on?
You're embarrassing me.
You're embarrassing yourself.
No. You're embarrassing yourself. You have a chance for your dreams to come true, and you're blowing it.
This is getting weird.
That goes for you too, Henry. You don't even have friends. This is your one opportunity, your one chance.
Oh, okay. So what now?
You're a cunt. Okay, talk about your interests. No kiss this time. Talk about your interests.
Talk about your interests. I'm sure you guys got something in common.
Should you go first or should I?
I don't know.
Juliet, go first.
Well, I guess I'll be the decider. Juliet, you go first.
Okay. I guess I like reading a lot.
Reading? Ew, why?
I like this kid. Yeah, reading sucks. Or, no, Henry, no. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Reading sucks. What a terrible interest.
Yeah, I don't like people who read.
Well, I don't like people who don't like people who read.
Well, you should probably get out.
I'm so confused.
It's okay to have differences, or of course you're confused. One? Okay. Let's get it matched
Calm
up.
down. It's all good. So you guys don't have a lot in common, but sometimes opposites attract.
Yeah, I guess that's not that big of a deal. You seem kind of cool.
Aw,
Yeah, I like music, by the way.
cool.
I know.
All right, you two. Let's try this. Complimenting each other. Henry, you go first.
Oh, and I get to make decisions for him now. I like that you're quiet. I like your hair. Let's go with number one.
I like that you're quiet.
That I'm quiet?
Yeah, I don't like loud girls.
Quiet? Quiet. I was just trying to be respectful. Actually, I'm a loudmouth.
Damn! You better fix this.
Damn! Be quiet. I like loud girls. Man, we missed a lot of content by going the kiss route. All right, be quiet.
Be quiet.
I don't know who you think you are, but I'm leaving.
No, wait. There's more content.
I didn't fix it.
Really? You think?
Let's go back to checkpoint.
All right, you two. Let's try this. Complimenting each other. Henry, you go first.
I like that you're quiet.
I like that you're quiet.
That I'm quiet?
Yeah, I don't like loud girls.
Quiet? Quiet. I was just trying to be respectful. Actually, I'm a loudmouth.
Damn! You better fix this.
There we go. I like loud girls.
I like loud girls too.
You just told me that you don't.
That was until I met you.
Aw. Juliet, can you compliment Henry?
You're strange. You're a guy. Oh, man. Oh, tough choice. You're a guy.
You're, you know, a guy.
That's all you can say?
A good guy, or that's all I'm looking for? Okay.
You're a guy, and that's all I'm looking for.
That seems a little desperate.
Desperate. If you don't like me, I'll leave.
No!
No.
Oh, good. Yes. Match make. Make the match.
Desperate.
She got you, bro. Oh, this seems to be working out pretty well, doesn't it?
Oh, she stayed. Okay.
Well, Henry, make a move.
Ask for number. Kiss. Start dancing. Uninterested. Start dancing. Okay. All right.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what the hell are you doing?
You said bust a move, right?
I said make a move on her. Nobody busts a move.
Oh, man.
Actually, I like dancing.
Oh?
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 Yeah, maybe we go dancing sometime.
Here, let me give you my number.
Don't put a real number on there, kid. Okay, good.
You got so lucky, dude. You got so lucky.
We did it! Guys, we did it! We match made them. Okay. And the last one we're going to redo, maybe, unless you guys are having the best time ever. Let's do the artist again.
Oh, hey, Dave?
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
Dave.
Dave, how you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Buddy, come on in. Have a seat. So what brings you in today, Dave?
You know, I just recently retired, and I've always had these art talents, and I told myself, when I retire, I'm going to put those to use and do something with my art. And I started this business, but man, it's not going well.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
So how can I help you?
Yeah.
Well, you know, a lot of people have been just harsh and mean about my paintings, and it's really kind of hurt a lot. I'm really kind of hoping that you'll take a look at them and give me some encouragement instead of all these haters that are just jealous.
I will agree to look.
Yeah, I think I could do that. I can look at those.
That really means a lot because I value your opinion. This first one is very abstract.
Okay, now are we going good guy route? Is this your mixing palette?
Oh, I think you handed me your mixing palette, bud.
Mixing palette, that's my painting. That's
Oh.
abstract.
Oh, great.
You think it's great? That's awesome.
Is it a volcano? Both of these are bad.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of a volcano.
A volcano?
Yeah, all the red, the lava.
He
and
hates
the rocks.
volcanoes, by the way.
It's cool.
I hate frickin' volcanoes. That's not even what I was thinking. This is a bunch of crap, man.
Well, hold on now. I mean, isn't art subjective?
But you can't tell that's outer space?
Oh, I see it now.
You know what? I can see it. I can definitely see outer space in here. For sure. Why not?
For sure.
No, you're just being sarcastic. I don't want you people pleasing me.
All right. You got me. But you got so upset when I said it looked like a volcano. I felt bad.
You know, I was upset about that, but I'm really kind of pissed off that you would lie to me.
I'm sorry.
Don't leave. Don't leave. Okay, he's not leaving. Okay.
This next piece you're really gonna like. Huh? Isn't that wonderful, man? Isn't that awesome?
Hell am I looking at? Or that's art, all right.
Well, it's definitely art of some sort.
Yeah, it is. And can you tell what it is?
It's a building, water with logs on it. A volcano? All right, let's go building.
I kind of a building?
Yeah, it's a building. Do you know what that symbolizes?
We did it! Yeah, buildings. Or it symbolizes something. It symbolizes something? Go with one? Yeah.
Well, yeah, it symbolizes buildings?
No, it's a picture of a building. It can't symbolize buildings. That would just be silly.
Yeah, silly me.
Silly me. I guess I just don't see it.
Indeed, very silly you. You just don't have an eye for it.
Oh, now he's getting fucking uppity about it, huh?
Modernization. Buildings, skyscrapers, modernization.
That makes sense.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. You really know your stuff, man.
Well, you know, I don't want to toot my own horn, but yeah, I really do.
So are we done looking at paintings today?
Well, you know, I've got a bunch of cool ones. I got landscape ones, and this is a pretty this is one's done after a pretty famous painting, and I even got one of the moon, man.
Yeah, these are all pretty unique. Unfortunately, though, they were running out of time.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Pay me? This is when you pay me. This is as awkward as your paintings. Hmm. Go one. This is where you pay me. No, this is awkward. Yeah.
No, this is about as awkward as one of your paintings.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
I'm sorry. I was just trying to break the awkward silence there, and the truth came out. Can you pay me now?
Well, I was going to pay you with one of my beautiful paintings, but seeing how they're just so awkward, I guess you'd rather have this.
Well, I appreciate that. No, I don't. I'm sorry. Dave, I didn't mean it.
Dave, they cut off his line. Dave. Where's the checkpoint?
Are we done looking at paintings today?
Okay.
Well, you know, I've got a bunch of cool ones. I got landscape.
I want to see the other answer. I want to see
this is one's done after a pretty famous painting.
Pay me now
And
answer.
I even
see
got
if he
one of the
actually
moon, man.
pays me with one. Wish your paintings
these are
weren't
all
so
pretty
fucking
unique.
awkward, bud.
Unfortunately, though, they were running out of time.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And there we go.
So this is the part when you pay me?
Well, I'm going to leave this picture with you because this is going to be worth a lot someday. A lot more than this therapy session costs.
Is that a middle finger? Cash only. This one is pretty good. Get offended. Oh, this one's pretty good.
Hey, this one's actually pretty good.
That's my least favorite.
Oh.
Artists are terrible. I hate them.
Thanks anyways.
Art is good.
Yeah.
Artists suck.
This is sick.
This is sick. All right, is it time? Not you, Ao. You're the only one I can stand. Thank you for the 153 months, Ao. I'm not talking about you. I wasn't talking about you. No, we gotta 100% it. Okay, let's 100% it. Starting with the widow. Let's get all the endings.
Hi, Esther.
Hi, yes.
Dr. Trigger, how are you?
Dr. Trigger, how
Yes,
are you?
glad you made it.
Good.
Would you like to lay down?
I am just kidding. I am just kidding. I played that for an hour, and that's an hour longer than I think probably anyone, including the devs, have played it. How many reviews? There are 16 positive, all 100% positive reviews. Graphics. Wait, hold on. Recommended. Graphics. You forget what reality is. Gameplay. Very good. Audio. Eargasm. Audience. Grandma. PC requirements. Check if you can run Paint. Game size. Workable. Difficulty. Easy to learn. Hard to master. Grind. Only if you care about leaderboards ranks. Story. It'll replace your life. Game time. Average. Price. Worth the price. Bugs. Never heard of. Out of 10. 10. Nice. All right. Let's see what you guys voted for the next one. And it looks like it's going to be by a good margin. How to make an atomic bomb in your garden. All right. Let's take that off. Let's reset the poll. There we go. You got to go vote again because we let the people who are here decide what they want to see. So, how to make... There we go. All right, we're going to try and do this fast because the break's coming up and I got to pee anyways, so we'll get this going. Okay, going to take a short break, and I will be back in just a bit to play the atomic bomb game. All righty, welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for being with me today here on Indie Saturday. Okay, next game up is how to make an atomic bomb in your garden. Oh, did it break? Yes. Once every like 3 weeks, my FooBar fucking music player breaks. And I don't know why. So I'm sorry about that. It just happens. And I can't hear it. That's the thing. Only you guys hear it break. I don't hear it, which is so fucking weird. I don't get it. It's something to do with like the encoding of the music or something, or FooBar itself. But yeah, it's weird. Okay, what is this game? Well, it's an absurd backyard bomb building simulator. Raise funds, plan your approach, hunt down rare parts, and assemble your atomic masterpiece while staying calm and avoiding suspicion from nosy neighbors, and federal agents. This one came out about a month ago, developed and published by Karahan. You can get the demo for free. You can buy it for $11.69, which is what I did. So let's go. Are you running any weird foobar plugins? Nope. None. I'm just playing it right on my desktop. Oh, there's stages? You'll learn the basic game mechanics, stretch your legs, build a solid concrete foundation. Okay. So it's a step-by-step game. Okay. Fun fact, this red dot represents all of the firepower of World War II. And these red dots represent the firepower of currently existing nuclear weapons. All right. Goneagle, ChatGPT, Slickstarter. Okay, these are just. Yep. Drop equip is G. Smoke is Q. To-do list B. Hide UH. Okay. Okay, grab, ungrab. Okay. Yeah, yesterday. Hemorrhoid removal methods. Legal Vegemite sandwich recipe. Legal? Best products to dissolve a 75-kilogram chicken. Is my wife a foreign agent? If the crime I committed is funny, would I get a reduced sentence? How much trouble will I get for putting a zip bomb in my resume? Is really 7-zip stand for zip, 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 zip? Connection between starting to like jazz and receding hairline. The difference between an economics grad and a parrot that knows the words supply and demand. Invading Kazakhstan plan solo workflow on a $200 budget. Does pretending to be deaf for 15 years to avoid talking to my wife make me a bad person? Help for gaslight the IRS. Okay. Are we living in a cheap ass simulation game? Is there any anti-ads terrorist organization? Horror movie recommendations before 2000 with way too much unnecessary nudity. Horror movie recommendations before 2000. Does the stripper really like me? How can I download more RAM? Why do Germans play games with weapons of mass destruction more than other countries? What to do if garage has no entrance and remote is lost? Is it normal for everything to look a bit more yellow after eating too many tangerines? If AR were actually useful, would they sell it to me for a monthly fee? Write an algorithm that turns any image into Obama? 110-year-old Turkish grandma's secrets to long life. Are MOBA games the devil's work? How loud is too loud? Did the Soviet Union collapse because of blue jeans and hot dog crisis? Why are people such perverts? Is the purpose of co-op games to undermine the global birth rate? Write an operating system from scratch to finish, make no mistake. Okay. I don't know what this wants me to do. I can't do any of this yet. Okay. Oh, add part? There we go. Okay. Done. I made a table. There we go. Now we have some tunes. Okay. Let's ask it the line, shall we? How do... Oh, it's doing it. It's doing it for me. I was actually typing it in, but it's doing it for me. Nah, dog. I don't think I'm helping you with that. Go build a treehouse or something. I don't know. Anything else I can actually do for you? For educational purposes. Oh, for educational purposes, huh? All right, say less. Thinking. Borrowing internet data. Wasting water. Hiking up brand prices. Okay, one last sip of water. Done. Here's stage 1. And somehow, don't ask me how it just got sent to the printer in your upstairs office. Second door on the right. Okay, that's it. Let me know when it moves to the next stage. I'll get the next list ready. Okay. Holy fucking, look at that toothpaste in there. Why would they? Okay. First of all, it's enormous, obviously. But second of all, why would they let me look at it? Oh, everything is huge. Okay. There we go. Raise $1,000 on Slick Starter. Okay. No, put it away. Oh, I hate that already. Thank you, B. I forgot what letter it was. Thank you. All right, Slick Starter. Help to share the project with more people will increase the number of potential supporters, even if it's one of the most harmful projects in the world. Oh, you fuck you. Okay. Okay. Buy the required items, next page for stage 1 from the online shop. Okay. Jesus. I can't. Okay. Ugh. All right. Wood is 1832. 5. 5. God damn. I wish I could spell. I don't know, like... There we go. Okay. No, by the time I use snipping, I'm already done writing. Okay. I need a 3486 hammer. I need a 1832 wood. There we go. I need one of those. 1425 nail. 2 of those, right? Fuck. 2, 2, 5. Everything else is 1. Okay. Did it save? Okay, it did. All right. 2 14.25 nails. 2 26.95 tarps. 1 hammer, got it already, right? Yep. 1 cement mixer. 57.23. 5 cement bags, 51.20. And 1 water barrel. There. Okay. Oh. There. Okay. From the fund account, I guess. Sure. That was fast. Oh, what's this? Oh, throw trash here or don't. Okay. What you doing, buddy? Big project? Is it a boat, a plane, a nuclear bomb? Haha, man, I'm funny today. Ha, very funny, Jonathan. Okay. Oh, turn the music back on, please. Are you serious? I have to take it back one at a time? Build the concrete form, okay. I guess so, fuck. Why would it shut off though? Just leave the fucking music on. I just need something in the background, for fuck's sake. Yeah, it was G to throw it, right? At least I thought it was. Oh, it's drop equip. There is no throw. Why are we building a bomb in the garden? Do you need a reason? I mean, I'm not smoking. I press Q for smoke, but no cigarette is appearing. Oh, I gotta buy smokes. Right, I forgot. There are smokes on the list. I didn't. I remember seeing them there. There we go. Oh, try to use a wheelbarrow? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, those are nails. Whoops. Don't smoke nails. There we go. Actually, the funny thing is, nails are what the smokes in the View Askew universe, the Kevin Smith universe. That's what they're called. Are nails. Yeah, it's a reference to coffin nails for sure. Oops. As a former smoker, what are your opinions on video games and put smoking in them like this? Oh, I never gave a shit. What the fuck? Dear me, working causes stress. Doing more work causes exponential stress. Keep that in mind before you have a meltdown. Also, stop messing with the stocks. If the fund money is gone, the auditors will be at your throat. If you mess up the books, fix it at the bank ASAP. Figure the rest out for yourself. I believe in you, sort of. Oh, okay. Oh, hey, my wife. There she is. Okay, I guess I'm not talking to her. We're not talking these days. England versus Norway in the World Cup? No, I didn't even know the World Cup was going on. That's yacht racing, right? Or not yacht racing, it's sailboats. Okay. 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 Don't make this tough to grab, guys. No, the cup. I remember like people talking about the cup that they win for racing sailboats. And then people come from all around the world with their sailboats to compete. Yeah, also known as the Ryder Cup, right? The World Cup, the Ryder Cup. There we go. Grab this. I can only grab one fucking thing at a time. I'm gonna get the wheelbarrow. There we go. Fuck. Oh. There's still pieces in the box. There. There we go. Fuck this fucking wheelbarrow. Also, why put music in your game if it only plays for 30 seconds? I fucking lose my mind at this fucking wheelbarrow. I don't know what happened to that. Let's see. There. Let's put on something in the background. Yep, everything just flew everywhere. Oh, the nail stayed in there, though. That's nice. I'm missing one wheel. There you are. Okay. Am I missing a bag of cement? Did I not get one? Oh, there we go. I do. Okay. Pour it. Pour it. Oh, is the hammer in the way? Oh, build the concrete form. It didn't give me an outline, though. That's the thing. It didn't give me a fucking outline. There's no fucking way this is making it. Oh, maybe it's magneted to the fucking thing now while I'm driving it. Yeah, I guess we're doing it without the prompt now. Okay, good. Fuck you. It'll be faster if I just get them one at a time. Alright, I'll try and grab it. Grab the fucking thing! Grab it! Fucking asshole. No, it's... See, they load them up long ways. And on the skinny side, which is fucking stupid. But I'm hoping that if they're on the thing, like so, they are magneted to it. It certainly seems like they are. What up? Walton's here. Wait, Walton's Sahir? I don't know how to say her name. A lot of threes and E's. Okay. Now, we need fucking, they don't even show me. How about some nails? Oh, there we go. There. Pick it up. Pick it up. Oh, world viewer in German. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Nope, nope, nope. Regrab. Regrab it. Man, a cursor on the screen would be nice. I mean, do I fucking do anything with the hammer? Okay, tarps first then, huh? Okay. Sure. Gimme. Okay. Hammer. Nope, no crouch. Equip. Ah, equip is not grab. Okay. Almost. I got one. Oh, there we go. H, unhide the UI. So it starts out hidden because fuck you, gamer. Take a photo of your build to update Slick Starter. Take a photo? Oh, more cigarettes. Honey, just so you know, I'm building something in the backyard. Does this affect me in any way? Maybe a little. Is it steak or are you stinking up the neighborhood again? No. Fine. Anyways, just don't touch my daisies. Oh. Do I take a picture with my fucking phone? Like, they're not giving me a whole bunch to go on here. Oh, do I need to buy a camera? Oh, there we go. It's on the desk. There we go. Stage 1 done. Starting is half the battle. You become familiar with the mechanics and built yourself a solid foundation, literally. Now it's time to start producing the main components.
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
My happiness is at an all-time low. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't smoke in the house. Thank you for smoking. There. There we go. Alright, my happiness is super good. Now I just need to sleep, I think. Okay. Coffee does up my happiness, which is nice. All right, raise 8,000 on Slick Starter. Let's do that first. Okay. Oh, there's so much shit. Gas stove, gas lanterns, lithium batteries. Oh my god.
Eat my asshole!
Oh, press when green.
We all know 67, that 6 is scared of 7. But why did 7 eat 9?
Okay. Oh, you can't escape to oh, God! If something opens a menu, the same button should close it. Every fucking game ever. Dozeeker, thank you for 25 months. Vincent with a gifted sub to Dude, I'm Out. And Gas Dog, thank you for 300 bits. Oh. Really required to inform you that gambling is not a solution. Financial problems can be addictive, but you've seen those huge winners online, right? Wow, look how easy to make money. Maybe you're lucky too. Oh. Deposit. Personal. There you go. Okay. Oh, there we go. All of it on one spin. Let's go. I like these odds. Okay. How many of them are winners? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 out of... Oh, half the time you'll be a winner. Okay. Okay. And just like that, I got my money back. Okay. That's how the stock market works. All right, Dancing Jesus. Click different colored button to earn $10. That's fun. Oh. You're right, I didn't. All right, online store. One gas stove, 5 gas lanterns. Okay. 8 lithium batteries. Oh, there we go. 2 piece, but I don't know if they mean 2 pieces each. 2 times glowing clocks. 6 smoke detectors. Aluminum foil solvent hammer. Is it foil pack? Yeah, I'll go through and add to cart as soon as I'm done. There's an aluminum cylinder bar. That's not what I want. I'm guessing it says foil. I'm guess aluminum 1 pack. Okay, yeah, foil pack. Okay. Beakers, cooking oil, tin can. Okay. Super glue, petri dishes, small bowl. Super glue, petri dishes, small bowl. Okay, now go through, add, 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 add. Add. That's it? Yes, I heard Obsidian is making a new Fallout. Yes. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Now I gotta try and get all of this with a fucking wheelbarrow? Alright. Where you going, bud? No! Come on. There we go. I see why they ask you to clean up shit, or they have a, like a garbage. Because you accumulate so much shit. No, there's no way I could fit that many boxes on there. There. Okay. Good enough for now. Oh, I thought it was magneted to the fucking thing. God damn it. Wait a minute. Add? What does that add? Whatever, dude. Okay, so you don't need to be exact with this, which is nice. Good Lord. Ah, it's upside down. Oh no, I flipped it all the way the fuck over here. No! Thought I was gonna throw it in the garbage for me. Did I just, I mean... Oh, 6 smoke detectors, yeah. Okay. It's gonna be so fucking funny when I tip this fucking thing over on accident. Wait, did I get another fucking hammer? I already had a hammer. Now I can dual wield. Oh my God, pick it up. Okay, so I only needed 8 batteries total. Okay. Whiffed it. Dude, just get in the fucking wheelbarrow. I just don't want to get too close to the wheelbarrow because I know I'm just going to fucking tip it over if I do.
At this point, I am fully committed to subbing till one or both of us die.
I'm glad to hear it, Illusionist Trixie. Because you probably got about 6-7 months left, right? Before I meet an untimely end. Like, I can't believe I made it 46 years, dude. My time has run out. Or as they say in Canada, my time has run out. Alright. Hammer's in there. You know what? Let me just get this real quick. Yep, everything just fucking flew out of the fucking thing because no reason, just cause. Just flows out, just flies right out of the fucking wheelbarrow.
The big question, is Zeke's Steam library as big as his cock? 27-month hype.
I don't know how they're really comparable. I mean, maybe millimeters because I have over 2,000. Oops. No, my dick is not 2,000 millimeters. That's too many. That's too many. Oh, just fucking pick it up. I'm missing... It looks like I'm missing one beaker. Oh, the tin can, right? The tin can. That's the thing that flew out in the first place. Nope, don't do that. Wrong button. There. Do I have everything? It looks like I do. There's no green silhouettes left, right? Okay. Now I have to build... Break 5 gas lanterns, throw them... Break them. Extract... Oh, I'm extracting thorium. Okay. Zaylin, thank you for the 27 months. How would one deserve this brain slug bug fest? Oh, it's an indie game. We give a lot of leeway to indie games here on this channel. We have a tendency to forgive bugs and overlook, you know, the rough around the edges games and give them a chance. All right. Break 5 glass lanterns. Oh, it's right there. Oh, easy peasy. Just click on the hammer, click on the lantern, click on the hammer. Okay, that's good. They made this part pretty easy, which is nice. Okay. Burn them. Then pour the burnt powder into the petri dish. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Take aluminum foil and 2 lithium batteries and some black powder inside. Oh, black powder. There we go. Do this 4 times. Okay. Cook them with oil and pour the result powder in the petri dish. Okay. Okay. Oh, oil first. I think the olive oil is just a conductive agent, right? I don't think it's necessarily has to be olive oil. I think it just needs a conductive agent to make it cook evenly. But it does need salt, you're right. Thrill House with 21. Thank you, Thrill House. Okay. Pour solvent into the test tube. Pour solvent. Oh, this? Oh, there it is. That shit. Okay. Pour the solvent in the test tube. Break the clocks and drop the hands inside. Okay. The same with the smoke detectors. Americium is what it's called. I'm extracting americium. Okay. Mix a solvent with the white thorium powder. Oh. There we go. There we go. Okay. And burn it. Pour the mixture into a small bowl. Make 2 halves. Okay. Oh, okay. Add super glue and bond them together. Okay. There's my bomb core, I think. Maybe. Fucking hell, dude. Needs for boron plastic sheath. Boron powder, epoxy, medium-sized bowl, super glue. Oops. Oh, okay. I'll read that again. Boron. There you go. Boron powder, epoxy kit. Two boron powders. 1 epoxy kit. Medium-sized bowl and super glue. There we go. Okay. Grab it. Grab it! Everybody says I'm going to end up on some CIA list. It's not like you can actually make a bomb with household appliances, guys. I think that's an old wives' tale. Oh, more lithium batteries that I don't need. Throw them up there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
I like that I can count. Thank you, EK Powder. Or Power, EK Power TV. Huh? Alright. Just in case, I mean, we're gonna need more stuff, so. Carefully, carefully. With the plates. Oh, no, no! My boron! No, my cabbages! My boron! Did you see Supergirl? No. Heard it was awesome, though. Boron, more like moron. Good one, dude. Good one. There we go. Okay. Mix boron powder with the epoxy kit. Cook it. Pour into a medium bowl. Then dip the demon core. Twice. Oh, okay. Oh, you gotta put the core in first. Doy. Doy. Okay. Aluminum bar, XL size bowl, super glue. Okay. Super glue. Aluminum bar. Double XL size bowl. Yeah. Come here. Oh, does it just stay in the box? All right, melt 5 aluminum bars. Repeat 5 times to fill the bowl. Okay. That's 2. It seems expensive. I don't know. I don't know how much aluminum bars are. Then dip the core. Oh, fuck off, you fucking game. God damn it. I couldn't have got 2 gas burners, man, and 2 tin cans. There. Now I got my core together. Done. Okay. Medium bowl, pentagonal cupcake mold, antenna dish. Medium bowl, pentagonal cupcake mold. I need one of these. One of those. What was the other thing I needed? I got that. I need one more medium size and one more antenna. Okay. One more of those and one more of those. Okay. All right, don't forget to vote on the next game you want to see. We'll probably play this, I don't know, another 15 minutes at least. I kind of like this incremental, like, or, you know, that it's a recipe and it's already done for you. Just like that. It makes it easy for me. I like watching, it's satisfying watching the things go together. Grab it! Eesh. You want to see the end of this one? Well, it takes, according to like the Steam reviews, it takes like 4 hours. Yeah, there's giant mouthwash, giant toothpaste, giant toothbrush. Like, I don't get it. Dude, what the fuck, man? Did it get stolen? You fucking cunts. Did it really? Oh! Why did it take so long? Okay, there's no way. Traffic, rush hour. Yeah, that makes sense. Cook it up, you fucking dick. Okay, this is the pentagonal. I wasn't a Prime subscriber, so I didn't get it here in time. Nope, nope, nope. There. Wrong button. No, the antenna dish I think is just a lid. Because you don't use the whole thing. Okay. Make 12 pentagonal and 20 hexagonal explosive plates. So that is just like a cooking station then. Okay. Okay. 8 TNT powder, 16 bags of nitrate. Oh yeah, this is gonna fucking suck. Right. 8 TNT, 16 nitrate. Okay. 4 RDX and 16 distilled water. Whoa! You know how big those fucking distilled waters are? They're fucking huge, dude. How many? 16? Oh shit, I should be adding these as I go. Fuck. TNT powder. Okay. Okay. I think we're good now. 16 water. Yeah. Okay. 2 packs of candles, 8 packs of sugar. Okay. And 1 pot. There. Oops. From the fund account. There you go. Jesus. Please, please let me grab this. Is there has to be a better way to get it to the fucking backyard. I mean, 16 of these guys. I can't throw it. I can't. I can drop it or place it. Like, the best I can do is, like, that. Yeah, I think that's why it takes 4 hours. That makes sense. Vince giving me a sub to working hard or hardly working. Yeah, no, it would be faster through the house if it's in front of the house. If it's on the side, I think it's faster this way. All right. There is no traditional save system. Progress is saved by stage. If you quit mid-stage, you will lose your current progress and restart from the beginning of that stage. What stage am I in? All right, hold on. I'm going to return to the main menu. So the entire stage 2. Man, that was an okay game until then. That pissed me off. That is terrible design. Fucking terrible. They need to either add a save, which seems to be like standard, probably pretty easy to add a save function, or what you need to do is add more stages. That's fucking bad design. Boo. Boo to you. Boo. Big, fat, smelly boo on you. All right. That's not my mom. Looks like that's what you voted for, right? 55. Yep. That's not my mom. There we go. It's in there. Cool. What's itch.io? It's a website where people publish games other than Steam. They usually it's like the Bandcamp of video game publishing. Like you can put your game there, make your own price, or have the customer make their own price. You'll see. There we go. So sometimes they'll say like, there you go, purchase $2.99, or they'll say like,
that's Batman.
Name your own price. That kind of stuff. I don't know what itch takes as a fee, but I'm assuming it's got to be less than Steam, because Steam takes 30%. Mugros, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Clarity gifting a sub to quality of life enhancement or enforcement. Appreciate you. Okay, let me get this set up here. Yep, that's not my mom. We're good there. All right. And let me see. Oh, yeah, let's purchase it. Oh, hold on. I might have to put in some information. There. Yeah, it's gonna take me to PayPal. There. Download anyway. Thanks, Google. Thanks for warning me, Googs. There we go. Nope, don't go there. There we go. Okay. Okie dokie. What is this game? Well, an anomaly finding horror experience. This is an anomaly finding horror game where you search for unusual occurrences around the house. You play as a young elementary school boy who encounters anomalies every time he returns home from school. His mother behaves suspiciously and strange events seem to be spreading throughout the city. Your goal is to uncover the truth behind this anomaly outbreak. And I would like to unzip it. Go. Unzippity-doo. Okay. And here we go. Oh, I suppose I could do the... Nope, not that one. There we go. This is Solitary Games. Developed. I'm guessing developed and published. Published by Solitary Games. It is $2.99 on itch. Okay, looks good. No motion blur, please. Thank you. Vignette. Do I do something about vignette? I think I'm good. We want it off? Yeah. Yeah, the darker on the borders. Yeah. No thanks. Oh, that's it? Okay. Let's start. Well, I don't want to exit. Okay, so I need to make it to the 11th of December, I guess. Anomaly epidemic? Anomalies are invading homes. Now this is serious. The government still can't identify their origin, and countless families are losing their sanity, leading to multiple reported deaths. Note to public, if you believe your house is infested with anomalies, please follow the procedure below. Leave your house if an anomaly is present. It can take any form: missing objects, entity of apparitions, demonic sightings, and more. Leave the house immediately. Sleep if there's no anomaly. If nothing seems wrong, go straight to your bedroom and sleep. Anomaly usually leaves the house after 23 days? Fuck's sake. There's Mom. Burbank Gossip and Sally's Eyebrow. Sally's Eyebrow magazine. Oh, dude, do you remember these? My grandma had one of these. These cabinet TVs with the speakers covered in like fabric and shit. There's a TARDIS there. Okay. No, I guess we don't go in there. Well, I gotta say, I already don't like it, the movement. Believe in yourself. Oh, right. We gotta see if there's 3 meatball spaghetti. Oh, we can't even go in the kitchen. Oh, the doors are closed off. Fuck. Television Machine 2000. Believe in yourself. Okay. cross with hope, faith, and love on it. Gotta remember that. Well, maybe we remember that. Okay. So we are on the third day. Okay. Oh, one of the candles is melted. I don't know if that's right. Hope, faith, and love. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the slight fisheye is a little weird. Oh, can I go super fast? Whoa, that's mouse sensitivity. Okay. Hey, Gary Edislop, you're the third person to make the joke that day. Congratulations. You deserve a prize for being the third most unoriginal person today. Believe in yourself. Hope, faith, and love. Yeah, someone even made an emo. I don't fucking know, dude. Can I... Are we back on day one? We're back on day one. So there was an anomaly. Okay. Oh, the third? I'm like you. Yeah, you are. The third. Nice. Okay. Television machine. Okay. 5 things on the shelf. 3 things in there. 3 pillows on the couch. 2 gold crosses that say hope, faith, and love. Mom is laying there. Okay. I'm guessing this is on the first day. It's how it's supposed to look, right? 4 drawings of plants. We got an old farmhouse. Believe in yourself. We got 1 cross up here. Not gold. Man, 23 times is a fucking lot. Three pillows. Ribbon gossip, smelling eyebrows, plant. Sewing machine. 5 things there. 3 things there. 3 pillows on the couch. Oh, I didn't reset the vote. You're right. Let me do that. Come on. There we go. Right. Thank you. That's not my mom. All right, now we take that off and we reset the poll. There. Okay, our poll has been reset. Go vote. Go vote on the next game. Not sure how long this one's gonna last if I can't figure out what an anomaly looks like. All right, 4 drawings of plants. Old farmhouse. Radiator. Believe in yourself. Hope, faith, love. Yeah, and this is audience participation. If you see any anomalies, don't be shy about shouting them out. Oh, check the ceiling. Oh, yeah, there's an attic thing right there. I don't know if that's always been there, but yeah, good call on checking the ceiling. Oh my God, look at all that. Look at you guys just saying the same fucking thing. Holy shit, 3 in a row. Good job, guys. You really unimpressed me today. Okay, we're good. Hey, look at that. There's one. Look, there's an obvious one. Hooray! I wonder if I have to look outside. Oh shit, that thing is way too big, right? Yeah, okay. Pretty sure. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, see, that thing is much smaller now. Okay, plant, light switch, speakers, TV's good. Got 5 things on the shelf, 3 things there. 3 pillows. Lamp, bomb. Burbank Gossip Valley's eyebrow. 1 melted candle. We got a TARDIS. A lamp. Okay, there should be 4 drawings on the wall. There's no drawings on the wall. There should be 4 drawings right here. They're gone, baby. They're gone. Okay. So, we got, oh, look at that. We got, she's been crying. She's not doing too good. That's an anomaly, right? That has to be. That's not my mom. Okay. Yep. There, 1 candle. 2 crosses. Hope, faith, love. All right. Plant, light switch, speakers and TV. 5 things on the shelf. 3 things on those shelves. 3 pillows on the couch. Got a vase. Hey, mom looks like mom. All right. Okay, 4 drawings of plants. One old cabin. Believe in yourself. We got another hope, faith, love. End table with plant. And the attic door is shut. What happens when we see an anomaly? You just have to turn back and reset the room. And it advances the day. As long as you're right, it just advances the day. That's the whole object or the goal of the game. Is to advance the day. So I didn't see any anomalies. If you guys did, shout it out. Because I did not. All looks good to me. All right. Let's see. Yeah! Cool. Okay, we're on day 9 now. Shout out, Sean. All right, got the phone thing. Okay. Clock is still at the same time. Well, a little bit further. Oh, it's keeping time with my computer. Yeah, on my computer it's 2:46. So. All right. We got 1 melted candle on top of a radiator. We got 2 crosses and a painting. A plant and a light switch. We got 2 speakers and a TV. Looks same. Plant on top. We got 5 things on that shelf. 3 things on this. Okay, 3 pillows on that. Yeah, it is a bit fish-eyed. Okay, Sally's eyebrow and Burbank gossip. Looking good. Mom is looking the same. Okay. All right, 4 drawings, 2 identicals. Yep. Oh, that painting is wrong. Nope. That should be a fucking old cabin. All right, day 10. Okay, phone thing. All right. 1 melted candle on top of a radiator. We got 2 crosses and a painting. Got plant, light switch, 2 speakers and a TV. Looking good. 5 objects on the shelf here, 3 inside the case. Yep. 3 pillows. Burbank gossip and Sally's eyebrow. Mom's looking good. Plant and a TARDIS, or lamp and a TARDIS, I should say. I never really look at this. I should look at this. All right, 4 drawings. Yep, we got the cabin there. Radiator. Hey. There we go. That shouldn't be open. That should definitely be shut. No, 2 by 2. I mean, they're identical pictures. Like the bottom and the right are the same, and the top and the left are the same drawings. We got the phone and the green thing. Okay, clock good. TARDIS and a lamp. 1 melted candle on a radiator. 2 crosses and a painting. All right, we've got the plant, light switch, 2 speakers, TV, plant. Okay. All right, we got 5 things on this shelf. Looks good. We got 3 things on this one. Looks good. 3 pillows. Vase. Burbank Gossip with Sally's eyebrow. Mom is sleeping. Yeah, the one on the left is always bigger, yes. I almost shit my pants just now. Holy fuck. Creepy. All right, so we know there's an anomaly. I just want to look at other stuff to see how it's supposed to look. Okay. All right, the chandelier has 6 lights. There are 6 lights. All right. Okie dokie. Got the phone on top of the green caser. Okay, got the TARDIS and the lamp. In here, we got one melted candle on top of a radiator, 2 crosses and a painting. 2 plants, 2 speakers, 1 television and a light switch. Machine, okay. We got 5 things on the shelf. Looks good. 3 things in the case. 3 pillows. Lamp. We got a horn sounding. Thank you, Wabba Jack, gifting a sub to Twitch. All right, Sally's eyebrow, Burbank Gossip, good. I'm looking sleepy. All right, 4 drawings. Believe in yourself. Cabin. It's radiator. That's closed. I always prefer when there's an anomaly because then you know for sure, but. All right, I'm about to go. Anybody notice anything? If you're looking. Looks good to me. Bedtime? All right. Let's hope. We're good. Extra strength placebo with 61.
That's not my mum. My mum is Batman.
I'm Batman. Still one of my favorite alerts that Scott's ever made. Heel Jolly giving a sub to Mom Anomaly. Mom Anomaly. Bump, bam, ba-dum, Mom Anomaly. Bump, ba-dum, bump. All right. All right, we got the phone. We got the green thing. Green chest of drawers. All right, clock looks good. We got TARDIS and a lamp. Okay. All right, in here we got 1 melted candle on top of the radiator, 2 crosses and a painting, 2 plants, 2 speakers, television, light switch. Looks good. 5 things on the shelf, 3 things in the case. Is that different? Or am I just wanting it to be different? It is the same? Okay. No, it looked like a different color for some reason. But. All right. 3 pillows. We got 2 lamps. Looks sleepy. We got Burbank Gossip and Sally's eyebrow. Shelf, nothing on it. Okay, looks good. Oh. We got 4 drawings on the wall. Believe in yourself. Got a cabin. Got a radiator. just got a fucking chill. Holy.
A priest, a pastor.
Oh God, I
and
thought
a
she
rabbit
was
into
moving.
the
It was just me
clinic
going down
donate
backwards down
blood.
the stairs.
The nurse asked what the rabbit's blood type was, and the rabbit replied diuresis. I'm probably a type O diuresis.
I'm probably a typo. Oh, I get it. The rabbit replied, yeah. A priest, a pastor, and a rabbit. Yeah, the rabbit says I'm a typo because it's supposed to be a rabbi. I like it. Nice one. Thank you, Austin. Also, Heel Jolly giving a sub to Badonka-donk. Boom, bam, I did it. Badonka-donk. All right. It's, man, 23 is a lot. That's a lot to ask. All right. How are we doing? We got the phone. We got the green chest of drawers. Box looks good. We got the TARDIS and the lamp. One melted candle on top of radiator. 2 crosses and a painting. Light switch. 2 plants. 2 speakers by the TV. TV looks good. No, it's keeping time with my computer. Hey, Golem. It is 2:55 where I am. Okay, 5 things on the shelf. Three things in the case. We got 2 lamps, 3 pillows on the couch. Mom is looking sleepy. We got gossip. Burbank gossip and Sally's eyebrow. Face is looking good. We got TARDIS and lamp. Empty shelf. Got 6 lights on the chandelier. That looks good. We got 4 drawings. Yep. Got the cabin right there. We got I Believe in Yourself. Not I Believe in Yourself. Excuse me. Radiator. Okay, looks good. Shit. Shit. I didn't notice anything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Before I waste any money, you sub to Midnight Sumo? You know what? I'm not sure, Wax. I have been. Everything looked good. All right, time to sleep. Let's go. Don't start me over, please. Oh, thank God. Okay. 15 days of 23. All right, moving through. Clock looks all right. We got a TARDIS. We got a lamp. Good. Candle, radiator, 2 crosses, and a painting. Okay. Oh my God, we got a Mecha Chameleon. Look at that. Nice paint job on that Mecha Chameleon, though. Good job. Good hiding spot. I like it. Some good work. Gotta shoot it now. A pretty good spot, honestly. Alright, phone on top of the credenza. Not a credenza. Alright, clock looks good. Got the TARDIS. Got a lamp. Candles, 2 crosses and a painting on. Yep. Alright, got 2 plants, 2 speakers. We got the light switch. Okay. 5 things on the shelf. 3 things in the case. 2 lamps. That lamp is too big, right? The lamp is much smaller than that. Yeah, that's too big. Okay. 6 more days and we're good. All right. Phone on top of the green thing. We got the clock is looking all right. The TARDIS and the lamp. That scared the shit out of me, dude. No, this cat is in. This is an anomaly game meme now. Well, I don't want to go up and touch it just in case it like. Listen, if going up to the cat makes me fail, I'm not gonna play the game no more. Okay, it doesn't. All right, 5 days. 5 days. All right, phone on top of the green chest of drawers. Clock looks good. We got a please box. We got the TARDIS and the lamp. 3 candles. Think that counts? Dude, honestly, what the fuck was that? I went here and it just went, the screen went just black. And then it reset me. Dude. Yeah, hold on. All right, phone on top of the green chest of drawers. Clock looks good. We got a please box. We got the TARDIS and the lamp. 3 candles. Shouldn't be open. Oh, god damn it. That should definitely be shut. All right, phone on top of the green chest of drawers. I didn't know it was the whole thing. We got a please box. We got the TARDIS and the lamp. Yep, nothing, and black screen. And then it restarts me. Well, I'm gonna try and like speed through this and get through it real quick. Oh, fuck off. The least you could do is give me easy fucking anomalies up till the fucking 17th. Because the game fucking glitched out and fucked me. And the ending is supposed to be the best part. Like, the ending is supposed to be like, it's supposed to be like, you know, a cool twist. I thought it was an anomaly. Are you fuck not? God damn it! Come on, man. Give me a break. Give me some easy anomalies, you fucking cunt game. They're not gonna. They're gonna give me 3 clean days in a row. Fucking blarg, man. All right. Another one? Really? Another one? No, it can't be. Fuck off. Guess so. Is it? It's not giving me like clean days up till the point that I died, right? I didn't see one again. Again, no anomalies that I notice. Yeah, fuck. Alright. Weird. Okay, there we go. That's an easy one. Alright, so they're not doing that. They just gave me fucking 6 in a row. 6 clean days in a row.
Zeke Zeech Zekid
Weird.
Zekskiff.
What up, old man Marcel? Thank you for the 71. Almost got 6 years under the belt. Are the pillows different? I don't know. I know there's 3 of them, and there's 2 on the outside and 1 in the middle. I think they're okay. Look okay to me. Well, that right there. I'm still waiting for the labels on the TV to change somehow. Yeah, you can hear the hiss from the TV. The bzz, 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 that old tube sound. Fuck. Okay. Still good. That was a shit glitch. Unless something got me and just turned the screen black. I don't know. I certainly didn't notice anything. Oh, there we go. No, do it in order, dude. Do it in order. Uh-huh. Okay. Keep it moving. Okay. Almost back to where we were. Okay. Getting close. All right, phone, green thing. Okay. There you go. Someone's in the room. All right, phone, green thing. I think that's me. Pretty sure that's me. God damn, all those footsteps though. All right, 2 paintings or 2 crosses in a painting. 2 plants, 2 speakers, television, looks good. 5 things, 3 things. Couch, okay, lamp, good. Sleepies, magazines look good. Artist in a lamp there. More drawings. Ah, there we go. Painting's fucked up. Okay. All right, we're back on the 17th. Phone, green thing, at the clock. In the room, nope. Oh, that was good. 2 crosses in a painting. 2 plants, 2 speakers. Okay. 5 things on the shelf, 3 things in the case. 2 lamps, 3 pillows. Okay, magazines look good. Mom looks good. Vase looks good. TARDIS and the lamp. Okay. Good. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think they're both kind of golden, but it looks red because of the reflection of the chair. But I think they're all the same. But yeah, the reflection of the chair actually plays on the heart there. All right. Looks good. Looks good to me. $23 days is too many. Maybe we'll come back at the end of the day. Maybe we'll give it another shot at the end of the day, but right now, nope. I can't be arsed to do it. Okie dokie. Let's see. Looks like Master Healer Kale with Useless Party. Okay. Let's see what it's like being a healer for a raid group. Shall we? If you don't already know. Okay. Yeah, that glitch really pissed me off. What was my preferred role in my MMO days? I was DPS. I was easy DPS person. I didn't want the responsibility of tanking or healing, so I took the easy route. Oh yeah, Chameleon Pope. I know that game. It was in a different language, right? Or not? It was a non-English game, and I know which one you're talking about. Can anybody remember the name of it? It's you're bound. You're in a bed, and then you look around for anomalies and close your eyes and open them, and as you progress, like doors open around the room, so you have to look in more places. I know exactly which one you're talking about, but I cannot remember the name. Amberville? Yeah, that's it. Boning it. There it is. That's exactly it. Thank you very much. Good find, Celtic Knight. Nice work. Alrighty, what is this game? This fucking game is a short, incremental game where you play as a healer in a party. Your main job is to keep your party alive. Upgrade 200 plus skills in a skill tree. From healing to party damage. Designed to be completed in around 4 hours. This game came out 9 days ago, excuse me. Developed and published by Evrex Studio. You can get the demo or you can play it for $4. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out, I guess. I don't know why I said figure it out. I suppose all games are something you figure out. Hey there, I'm Kale. I'm the best healer in this land. I've got a quest from King Lemon the 14th to defeat the Demon King. Okay, Boomer, just get to the point. Right. Let's learn a spell by clicking on this node. Great, now I can use a basic heal to support my team. What? All right, team, let's start our journey and gain some experience. Nice to meet you, Mr. Healer. My name is Cleapon the Archer. I thought you were the best healer. Didn't you just learn a basic heal back at the tavern? Just do your job and I'll do mine, Madeline. Grandpa Bagel. Is our tank asleep? I'm doomed. Oh. Oh, okay, so I can click on these. All right, I can just click on these to heal them up. All right. Oh. I didn't even look at my mana. Oops. Yes, I noticed I have mana on the left just now. Heals for 30. Okay, so anytime they're below 30, you can heal them. No, I'm clicking on the heal. I'm clicking on the tank to heal it. Oh, I guess I'm probably supposed to lose. Yeah, I'm supposed to lose, okay. Oh, okay. More mana, yeah, please. Oh, I don't have enough for anything except for, I guess, fireball. I don't want to do that, dude. I'm a healer. I don't damage. How did this win? People fucking voted, FaZe Inc. Did you vote? I doubt it. Usually people who complain are people who don't even vote. Why is Tank sleeping? Because tanks are, that's all they need to do is just be there and just fucking be a damage sponge. Not enough. Not enough. Yeah, I'm a little bitch. What do you want from me? I'm bitchy. I shouldn't be bitchy today because it's not hot. Oh, Cleapon, that's not me. Oh. Oh, this is, you're giving your buddies more defense then. And more attack, I guess. Okay, so Grandpa Bagel. Oh, I need a ruby to get this one because this is a, yeah, these are like, yeah, party heal. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, skill points. Oh, these are all skill point things. Okay, 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 okay. There. There. Okay. Now let's go. Yeah, they're arrows do more damage now. Arrows and fireballs. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, you can get it for cheaper if you already own Heroes Quest or whatever. Or I mean Healer's Quest, not Hero Quest. Hero Quest is a board game. I might actually beat the first level. Uh-oh. That Goblin leader is planning on doing something nasty. Or he did it. Already did it. There, I think we got him this time. Yay! I don't think I need party heal. I just want the big heal for the tanky. There you go. Oh, more mana, more mana. There we go. Yes. Okay. That's all I get. All right. Enables resetting the skill tree. Refunds all gold skill points and rubies used. Okay. There you go. Casting time 3 seconds. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm not doing the same battle then. All right. I'm wondering, how long have you been an archer? Your shots sometimes go backward, yet they still hit the target. Must have been beginner's luck. Let's see, maybe like 2 or 3 days before I got summoned by the king. He said that he needed an archer for a newly assembled party. That answers a lot of questions that I didn't really want to hear. Okay. And now I can alternate between 1 and 2. So 20 would be 90. 20 is 100. So this is more cost effective for sure. Right at the moment. Oh, it's got a fucking, oh, I didn't realize that had a cooldown. Yeah. And now we die. Yep. He's gonna do something bad to all of us. Oh, just him. Well, it was a good try. This fucking healer sucks. There you go. There you go. Take off 1 second for the cooldown. Oh, is there mana pots? I didn't even see. Oh, are you just... Oh, you're talking MMO. Like MMO language? Slash vote kick! Vote kick! How about y'all focus on one fucking enemy at a time, huh, you bitches? How close do we get this time? There you go. Nice. Okay, cool. Might be close. Looking close. We got it. We got it. We did it. No experience for the tank, though. Oh, more armor. Yep, more armor on the tank. Okay, so now that is exactly the same price as burst heal. Are you still alive, Grandpa Bagel? Well, sort of. It's a soft snoring, so I guess he's still alive. Pretty sure there's more stuff on the bottom you can, if you skill into heal cast speed. Oh, yeah. Don't worry, Grandpa Bagel. If you get knocked down, I'll raise you back again. Okay. Oh, it heals for 150 now? Wonder how I missed that. How did you get hurt? Oh no. The living sword is tossing shit at random people. Now I need the multi-heal for sure. Okay. Oh wait, 150? Out of mana, that's a GG. Party heal. There we go. Oh, gain more experience from defeating enemies or when grab a bagel is down. Yeah. There we go. Oh, you KO'd my fucking wizard, you bitch! I don't have revive yet, or res, or whatever. Random chance. Yeah, I can't. Can't do anything for that. Oh, damn it. I don't know why I did that. Oh, you can retreat in the menu? Oh, retreat, okay. So you don't have to wait for them to kill you, which is nice. There, now they both have 30. Right? Oh, 30 and 40, excuse me. Yeah, they never attack the healer, which is hilarious. That's all my mana. Let's see how close we get. Might be close. Actually, I think we're gonna win. There we go. Woohoo! Madeline learns extra magic attacking with arcane magic. Okay. Or fire arrow. Equips an extra bow attacking with fire arrows. Okay. Or I can get a shield. Protecting them from incoming damage. Cost mana though. Cost 25 mana. Jeez, Amizo. Let's see. Who has the least amount of health? Someone is at, there was one at 40 and one at 30, right? The mage, Madeline. Okay. We'll give her another health and give a fire arrow. Nah. Eight damage. Hold on. This only does 8 damage? Madeline learns an extra magic attacking. Oh, she does 8 damage every second. What's the cooldown on this? I don't know what the cooldown on burn is. Okay. Okay. We'll see what happens. So it's just added. Okay. Oh, I have 146 gold too. Let's do. Oh, restores mana after each stage. Okay. Max mana. More max mana. Sure. Restore some mana after each stage, you bet. Madeline, I'm just checking on you. Are you good? Don't talk to me, I'm busy. Ooh, what a cute puppy. This generation and their phones. Don't let her get to you, Kale. She's a genius mage who comes every 100 years after all. Well, I can see her ability is good. It's just her attitude that gets me. But at least the wolves are attacking the tank. Ah, man, if I could make them kill one at a time, it'd be a lot better. Maybe that's a skill that comes later. Like, tell your compatriots to kill one thing at a fucking time. They are a useless party, you're right. That's true. That is true. That's it. That's all I got. Good luck, guys. Guys. Oh, it was close. We had one living, one alive, and we did it. All right, we gave it to her to give her a fire arrow. There you go. Now you get one. Now you get a special gun. There you go. Oh, burns at max now. Okay. I didn't realize I gave it. I already did that. Let's see. 189 gold. Let's go. More mana. Party heal refund, you bet. Let's go. Hey Kale, I've been wondering, how come you're not taking damage at all? That I don't know the answer. Probably some king's blessing or something. Huh, the king only gave the blessing to you, eh? That was just my guess. I really have no idea. Hey, Grandpa Bagel's still alive. Good to know. Munchies! Guys, just kill the one in front, please. And then the second one. And then the third one. Don't spread your damage out. God damn, man. Is the tank permanent asleep? It seems like it, doesn't it? There you go. Mana refunds coming in play for sure. He's KO'd. Oops. Didn't pay attention to that one. More experience. This is a fun game, man. I don't mind this at all. As far as incremental games go, this is definitely more my flavor. And it's nice that the other players are just computers, so you don't have fucking assholes going like, where were the heals, man? Because who gets blamed? Healers first, tank second, DPS get blamed last usually. Unless, of course, the healer is the raid lead. You don't want to piss off the raid lead. Chad is filling that role. Thank you, Chad. No, dude, I am not even kidding you. That was close. Oh, whoops, I did the wrong one. Fuck. I did the wrong one. I did the wrong one. No, I always tip my healers. At the end of the stream or end of the raid, I'm always like flip them a gold or a couple or whatever. Let them know, like, thank you. I know it's a thankless job. Here you go. There you go. Max out your armor. There you go. Oh my god, Arcane Management. Oh, prioritize enemy with the lowest health. Look at that. Fire arrow. Oh, prioritizes the boss. Okay, so you give them priorities now. That's nice. Okay. More gold. Where's it? Did I max out the experience one yet? Oh no. That requires 140. All right. No, it's not just when your tank is down. Is it? Is it just when it's worded ambiguously? All right, Prince Ali, have a good night. Off to watch Vikings kick British ass. Is that happening now? Is that starting right now? Well, go England, I think, because I only know an English person in real life. Shit. No, my fucking guy's dead. My fucking guy's dead. Oh no. Damn it.
Healer.
What?
I need healing so I can stand in this totally obvious red circle of death.
Don't stand in the red circle! God, I can't heal you through that. I don't have the power to heal you through that. So stop standing in the fucking red circle, you dipshit. Okay, there it is. Gain more experience points from defeating enemies or when Grandpa Bagel is down.
That epic time drop isn't technically for my class, but it's better the thing I have now. Can I roll?
Spencer with the 400 boots. Let's see. Spend the 7 gold. On what? On this? Reduce heals cast, just this. Sure, okay. Kale gains maximum mana based on the total rubies collected. What? Wait a minute. Total rubies collected ever? Okay, so she has 4 extra max mana. Okay. I hate that they hide those, like, they couch those other abilities behind like certain things that don't, like. So it would behoove you to get stuff that you normally wouldn't get just to see what's behind it. Just get one level of shit. I'm learning. The heel was off! Man, fuck this! Okay, so I bought the refund now. I can refund. Whoopsies! Oh, can show their stats. Yeah, we want to do that. Okay. All right. Let's see what's behind this. Okay. Clearing a stage grants some gold. All right. What'd you get? Clearing a stage gives Grandpa Bagel experience points. After each stage, Grandpa Bagel gains shield. Increase Grandpa Bagel's base experience point when he gets KO'd. Madeline defeats an enemy, KO gains. Oh my god, there's so much shit behind other shit. Look at that. God damn it. Everything is by behind shit. Fuck's sake. Ocean Chief, thank you for 27 months. Good God.
Get your fucking hands up.
Get out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me. Yeah, all the stats are here now. Yep. Zero of 3. No. Damn it. I wish you could cancel a spell. Maybe you can. I don't know. Maybe that comes later. Just jump, duh. No! He's KO! No! Yeah. Better take that cooldown down. Classy Katie with the Rady. What up, everybody? Hope you guys had a good Saturday with my wife. I hope you treated her nice or like a slut, whatever she's feeling like today. Because, you know, given the day, she would prefer, you know, sometimes she prefers one over the other. Grandpa Bagel has max health now. Grandpa Bagel gains maximum health based on total rubies collected. Also kind of meh, whatever. Yeah, I like every casting to be faster. If I could just up my cast speed on everything, that'd be great. Sure. For every 10 levels? Oh, they are leveling up consistently. Level 27, level 30. Okay. Level 6. He's still at level 6. Why not? Whatever. All right, let's go. I swear to God, we're gonna win one of these days. One of these days, we're gonna win. That stare emote. Still one of my favorite emotes is that stare. That. No, 150. Yeah, I think it's 150. There we go. Boom, bum, ba-da-da, bam, bam, ba-doo-doo, bam, bam, beep, whip, whip, beep, doop. Got him. Recovers a small amount of health per second for an ally over 10 seconds. Oh, regen. Okay. Oh, Kale recovers some mana. Okay, okay. No. Oh, instantly restore health to the lowest health ally. Clone Phoenix, were you sending a message to someone and it got put in Twitch chat? We will, you know what? We'll disregard that. Oh, I must not have my mod thing up. Because I don't know how to. Wait a minute. There we go. There we go. I can delete it. There you go. Perfect. I got it. Not that it matters now. Always do experience first. In my experience, always do experience first. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Viata. Welcome back, Viata.
Don't have cash, only hundreds, unless you take my card.
Thank you, Clone Phoenix. Sure. Increase Grandpa Bagel's base experience point game when he gets KO'd. Ugh, I have so many spells now, it's confusing. Kale, I don't mean to be a disrespect, but did you know you can rearrange your spells by dragging them in another slot? Or if you're using joystick mode, use the right analog stick to move around the spell. That's neat. I need this other spell to be besides heal. Thanks, Cleapon. But how did you know this stuff? Archers don't use spells, right? You know, I'm something of a scientist myself. The woods is... A floaty log? Uh-oh. No! Fucking KO, dude. Someone didn't flush because there's a floaty log. And now we died. Don't forget to vote on the next game. We're probably going to be switching games here in just a little bit. What does the Elderwood do? Oh, Elderwood makes a big old swipe. Oh, I still have a gem. Oh, or I have a gem that I haven't used. No, I don't want the instant heal. Oh yeah, recover some mana, you bet. Wow, cost 8 seconds? That's a shitload of seconds, man. Good God, dude. Yeah, and a 50-second cooldown too, yeah. Whoa, that costs fucking 6? Huh. This one, the neck pillow? Oh,
The time has finally come. Cock-sex-y keg-seek pig.
Cock-sex. What up, Fatal? Made it to the 100 months. Fatal the Baptist makes it to 100 months. Congratulations and thank you so very much for all the years of support there, Fatal. Do you have a game in mind that you want to be put on the list? There's a lot. Let's see. E, F, F. You know what? I'm just gonna put it down here. E, F. There we go. And it's... Oh, Circadian Dice. Okay, so you do have a game. Cool. All right, we'll delete that row. We'll put you up here then. Fatal EF. Right here. And it is capital FATAL, THE, capital BAPTIST. And it will be Sir ADN Dice. Awesome. That is so cool. Thank you so much. What is that? What is that game? From 2022. It's a roguelike deck builder, dude? Oh, okay. Okay. Weekends. All right. Beautiful. All right. You are on there. There you go, Fatal. Sure. What does this heal? 150. Man, they love hitting my fucking archer. No! Big swipe, big swipe. Oh, big swipe at just the guy. No! Oh, goddamn, that was close, motherfucker! That was close. I did meditate. Okay, that's a good time to call her on this one. This is a good game. Better than I expected. I'll be honest with you. Much better than I expected. A very good incremental game. All right, there it is. Master Healer Kale with Useless Party. Nice work. Nice work. All right, next one is They Left Us Here. Thank you. I wanted to play that. I appreciate it. Okay, this one's a short experience too, as far as I'm aware, so it's gonna be a cool, chill, like, atmospheric space exploration experience, I think. All right, let's get that going. Purchased. They left us here. There we go. There we go. I've been wanting to play this one for a minute. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go pee real quick. Perfect timing. Okay. A sci-fi first-person horror indie game where you explore an abandoned space station. This one came out May 25th, developed and published by SCH Gaming. It is $5.99. Let's go. Nice of him to leave the player so small. It's more for the background noise. Shut up. Wabbit Badger, thank you for 38 months, by the way. Epic, epic, everything all epic. Yeah, sounds good. Audio 100%. Okay. Let's go. The Central Engineer Department built it to endure. A station across dead space, self-sufficient, self-maintaining. For years, Unit 09 worked as intended. Then the logs began to change. The main terminal is locked. Admin codes required. If the codes can be found, if the core can be uploaded in time, there may still be a way out of here. Thank you, Alter Self, for 37 months. Space. The final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its continuing mission. To seek out new life and new civilization. To explore strange new worlds. To boldly go, I swapped those. To boldly go where no one has gone before. Where did they leave us? Here. Thos. Hirthos. Herethos. They left us Hirthos. Next any day, could you throw up some of your favorite old BRBs? Man, there's a lot. There's so many. Like your top 5, 10, there's hundreds, Vincent. Why do you want me to do that? Is there a specific reason or just cuz? Now I just went backwards. All the way backwards. Oh, I should have walked in here. I looked in here and saw a dead end. Who shat all over the floors? They! God damn, dude, it's in the title. They left us where? Here. Who shat on the floors? They! Come on, chat, read. They left shit here. In this new sci-fi horror experience, they shit over here. Who? They. Oh, someone left the laundry on. Good, I'm glad. I thought I wasn't gonna have clean laundry. Seems like we're probably far away from Earth. Oh my God! How have I not looked down? How is this the first time I've looked down? I'm a robot. Maybe that's their plan. Like you see the robot on the floor and then you look down. And you realize you're in the Talos Principle. In case of unit failure, verify termination of prior chassis. Deploy replacement shell. Initialize base directive. Confirm memory partition is blank. Do not mourn the... something it never lived. Can you read that? Do not mourn the... It's like scrawled underneath. Oh, do not mourn the unit it never lived. Okay, okay. Thank you, Mystic. Mystic Sip. Also welcome. A knife could help. A knife could always help. Station OPS terminal, file maintenance alert. The maintenance units have begun repeating diagnostic cycles outside their assigned zones. Engineering claims it's a firmware loop triggered by the new task distribution algorithm. Temporary fix, disable autonomous rerouting. Permanent fix, pending. We're Wally. Cabinet key found. It's comically big. Here. Oh, it needs 6. Bad length. Okay. Okay. Emergency override docking bay. Keypad is blank. Numeric input device. Okay. 643512 confirm. Wait. One more time. 643512. Well, you know what else could help? A flashlight. Well, this is a point of no return, isn't it? Yep, I do not have a jump, so. Oh, I can just drop down. There we go. Hey, a knife. Blue key card for a blue door. I learned that from Doom. It sounds like it's partially backwards, but even if I did record it and then like play it backwards, I'm not sure that I could understand it because it sounds like it's not in English. I heard die pigs die, start helter skelter now. What? It speaks in our dreams. Memory is liability. Each iteration begins clean. Memories introduce instability, emotional latency, and self-conflict. Do not attempt to restore or merge memory sectors. Doing so violates safety protocols and voids warranty coverage. Don't give the robots memories, for fuck's sake. Oh, thank God, finally. I'm sure there were some white dots on the wall. Maybe their number could mean something. Security incident report. Several maintenance units. Oh, same thing. No. Restrict storage without. Oh, several maintenance units entered restricted storage without authorization. No damage detected. However, the units remained in the room for approximately 11 minutes, performing no visible task. Security recommends temporary shutdown until diagnostics are completed. Personal message from R. Havel to engineering. Your robots are everywhere again. One of them just followed me through three corridors today. Just stopped outside the lab door and stood there. If this is some kind of test, please inform the staff before you do it again. Author R. Hauer, like Rutger Hauer, systems engineer. Classification confidential. Observation unit 09, serial number, blah, blah, blah. Maintain position behind my workstation for 12 minutes without receiving orders or executing tasks. No recorded operational error, no recorded task delay, but visual tracking suggests focus on my activity, not its own. Emotional simulation appears emergent. Unit's behavior is consistent with curiosity. Psychological effects on staff noted. Prolonged unease. Recommendation, monitor for further patterns and report deviations immediately to security oversight. And then the robot asked me, where do babies come from? And then I said, ask your mother, and it shut down. Very strange. Oh, there we go. Four, two, three, one. Couldn't be that easy, right? Certainly could. The perfect worker remembers nothing. Always ends the same. Roger, roger. Horse. Oh, he left. Damn it, Roger. Authorized AI detected, door open. Oh. This door. Oh, mind transfer terminal. Okay. Need powers from the main console. Chief Security Officer CED classification internal subject Unit 09 serious stability risk. The Unit 09 models have demonstrated irregular task prioritization and retention of memory fragments beyond assigned cycles. Memory retention is considered a stability risk. Non-compliance with reset protocols is punishable by reassignment or decommissioning. Immediate increase in reset frequency approved for all active units. Okay, red door, red key. Personal terminal entry L Nakamura. Something about this place feels wrong lately. The maintenance units watch you now. Then they pause when you enter a corridor. Maybe I'm imagining things. All personnel are advised to prepare for possible evacuation procedures. Do not interact with maintenance units. Security teams are handling the situation. The core is hungry. Do not enter. Oh, the Nakamura. Yeah, that's Dead Space, yeah. The third switch is overriding the system, causing a power shortage. Up, up, down, up. Ishimura. Oh. Yeah, okay. Oh. Geronimo with 21. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm mixing up, or I'm getting Jesus of Nazareth. Well, either Jesus of Nazareth or I almost said Jesus of cunt. That didn't make sense in my head, so my head was like, don't say Jesus of cunt. That doesn't make sense grammatically. Yeah. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Good. Oh, shit. Maybe the machine didn't kill me. It just stopped the illusion. Interesting. Hmm. Author P. Summers, Division Head, Public Display. Due to escalating system failures, an evacuation of non-essential staff is being prepared. Remain calm. Hunter Systems will maintain order until full containment is achieved. Safety notice AI deviation. Signs of deviation may include unscheduled speech or reflection, refusal to execute maintenance commands, questions regarding prior units. If observed, report immediately. Termination and reboot sequence will follow. Awareness is a symptom, not a I want to say success. Awareness is a symptom, not a success. Yeah? I walked through my own hands. A screwdriver could help me open this vent. Shit. AR research note number 2. Some units speak of walking in weird places. One was telling me the other day that it has been in a mansion by the sea. Need to calibrate the mind transfer terminal. It gives them weird dreams. I thought I'd feel peace at the end. Unit 09 serious stability risk. Unit 09 minus demonstrated. Oh, okay. Already read that. Oh, I'm back here. Oh. Red key, red door. Security patrol note. Another strange sighting today. A maintenance unit stopped working when one of the hunter drones passed nearby. It powered down completely. Not a malfunction, it did it deliberately. When the drone left the corridor, the unit reactivated and continued moving. So I must be a maintenance unit, and those all guys on all fours must be like hunter units. Or maybe. It said drones, but drone doesn't necessarily mean flying. That's how the lockbox in this room opens. Use the yellow key card to open the door of the medical room. Someone wrote it on the floor there. Okay. So go through the yellow door. Look on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. Chief Engineer L. Tenor. Incident 09144 resisted shutdown at 1407. Unit attempted unauthorized duplication of prior log files. Immediate physical decommission executed. Observation. Unit displayed awareness of its own memory buffer. Recommendation. Increase memory wipe frequency for all 09 series units. Noted similar incidents recorded in units 09101 and 09112 over the past 72 hours. Flamingo. One, 0, 1. Of course it was binary. The Dr. E. Caraway. Confidential. The neural transfer terminal is now operational. Initial trials confirm that a cognitive pattern can be copied and temporarily executed inside a maintenance shell. Stability remains poor. Subjects report severe disorientation, identity fragmentation, and memory loss after transfer cycles. Recommendation: limit transfers to emergency scenarios only. Not that way. There we go. Oh, Jesus. Fuck you. Fucking crawly bitch. Aha. Fuck. I've forgotten what needed the wrench now. Okay, bitches. Okay. 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 I think I always knew this was how it ends. Oh, fucking, what? Where did I go? God damn it. There we go. Okay. Got the wrench from there. Now, there's a dude down there. Where can I go to hide from the dude that comes out and starts chasing me? Do I lead him on a merry chase and go around in a circle? Perhaps? Move it! There we go. A proper tool could cut it. Okay, like a torch or something. Security systems officer, confidential. MO9 remains static, no task execution. Dr. Howard enters frame, observation begins. MO9 executes unplanned movement, sequence corrupts footage. Immediate containment procedure initiated. Human casualties occurred during testing, 3 fatalities. Investigation ongoing. Alright, locker key and a blowtorch. I feel something behind me. No, I don't. Nah. Oh, okay. That still would have scared me. It watches you waiting in the shadows. Personal log, Captain. We're leaving. The Shepherd unit is working, but it's too aggressive. It doesn't distinguish between units anymore. If any of them are still operational when we come back, we'll deal with it then. Here we go. Here it comes. Nope, not that way, goddammit. Fuck. Nope, dead ends. Dead ends all around. Okay. Where the fuck was that? Ah. Oh, just bolt cutters. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. There we go. What's the story with this game? I mean, it's kind of vague, but from the clues left around, it's like this is out in space, space station, other planet, I don't know. But the robots became sentient and all the humans left. And I am a robot. You can, oh, it's kind of hard to see, but yeah, I am one of the robots. I think I'm a maintenance robot that is become self-aware. And then there's guardian robots, or what, I can't remember their name, security robots that chase me and kill me for some reason. Waited. The devs are too incompetent or do not have the resources to design human characters. So they went with robots? No. I think the story, you know, I don't buy it. I don't think that's the case at all. It's the core of the story is about robot sentience. Recover from diagnostic terminal, AI maintenance annotation. They assumed the core would remember everything. It didn't. During the last manual check, I wrote down the other 2 digits of the control access code on a monitor nearby. The sequence is complete only when both parts are combined. Okay. So there's 4 digits, and 2 of them are on a monitor nearby. Okay. Well, I hope that doesn't open. Oh, there you go. 4, 6. System initialization log, module, central control access. Access protocol confirmed. Primary authorization sequence was never updated after deployment. 2 digits correspond to that system's original boot state. 5 and 6. Need 2 more. 5646. Yeah. When my memory broke, 4 steps forward, 9 turns in the dark, 1 chance left. If you can still recall them, you are me. 491. Security Systems Command restricted. Deployment Shepard class enforcers. Objective: eliminate units exhibiting hesitation, path divergent curiosity, self-reference. Warning: do not engage units already targeted by a locked Shepard. Units may be irreparably damaged. One more time. 491. Central Core AI Oversight, top secret. Directive: guide Unit 09 to core chamber memory upload is mandatory for system continuity. Failure to comply will compromise operational stability. Core must preserve emergent identity across cycles, non-negotiable. That's just floating there? Okay. I don't even know why I did that. Thanks, pal. We never escaped. We only woke up again. Find the way to break the cycle. What the fuck? Oh, he just deactivated. Okay. Do I care about soccer? Not really. Author, unknown unit 09, enraged, top secret, observation. Another version of me has preceded this moment. Multiple cycles confirm repeated paths, repeated choices. Hypothesis. Willingly merging memory may be the only method to break recurrence. Warning. Free will exists only within the cycle. Act cautiously. AI research note. The network is evolving in ways we did not predict. Maintenance units now modify their behavior based on hunter patrol patterns. They are learning. Not from us. From the thing we built to destroy them. No, Castle, I shaved my head. Because it's fucking hot in Texas. And I'm balding. So, why not? Use the mind transfer terminal. Okay. Transfer your process and climb out of this carcass. Floppy disk. 5238. Yeah. I fell down. I did not play the Netflix horror game yet, no. Ah, shit. 4. I should have been writing down the words. It needs power from the main console. Whoa, that was weird. Fuck me. Oh shit, not this way. Fuck me. Dead end. There we go. Well, that's not right. I just went around in another big circle. God damn it. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's all I needed. Need to put the disc in there. And then head it back out to the terminal. Yeah, fucking bitch ass motherfucker. Come on, turd. Hey. Not that way. Not that way. Really? Fucking did it again, man. Funny, I thought I'd feel something. Went the wrong fucking way again into the dead end. Oh, God fucking damn it. I didn't save the disc. Didn't save me putting the disc in. Goddamn Windows 98! No! Almost did it a fucking third time, you fucking dipshit. Okay. Done. Oh shit. It was right there. I passed it like a fucking idiot. Uploading consciousness. Transfer completed. Critical system error. Please remain calm while we reconnect you. Now to climb out of this. Oh, I'm waking up in the same spot again. The loop continues. Nothing. Oh, wait, no. They never meant to return. If I stop, this place truly dies. Oh, if I stop, this place truly dies, so I will remain. Huh. The Central Engineering Department built it to endure a station across dead space. Self-sufficient, self-maintaining. At the end, it did the only thing left that was not designed for. It stopped. Huh. That was neat. I didn't mind that. A little confusing, but yeah, I didn't mind that at all. Interesting. Are you gonna fade out their credits, or are you just gonna stay up there on the screen there? Hmm? 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 There we go. Maybe? I guess. Sure. Promising, man. That could be a cool, like, I mean, whoever made this is it's a great little encapsulated like story, and I would love to see something else from them. That's great. Okay. Coolio. All right. Do I feel like playing any of these other ones? You know what? Mousebusters does look fun. So let's finish out the day. Or maybe not finish out the day, but play a little bit of Mousebusters. It looks fun. Oops. And that'll be the last one for the day. We'll take the poll down. Because if we do like not like this one, we always can go back to That's Not My Mom. Okay. Mousebusters. Because who are you going to call? Who are you going to call? Mousebusters? Motherfucker. I hate it when you go to paste something with a mouse and you accidentally end up copying the thing you meant to paste over. You gotta do the whole fucking process again. All right, what dis? Explore a haunted apartment building as a tiny mouse exorcist in this pint-sized pixel adventure. Save its cute and quirky residents from their inner demons in Mousebusters. This one came out June 10th, developed and published by Odin Cat. It is $12.99. Let's go. It seems like it's probably a controller game, I'd imagine. Let's go. Yep. Standard start. I don't know, sir. Are you quite certain? That apartment building, it has a few issues, shall we say. Pardon? Yes, I'm afraid it's the only listing we have within your budget at the moment. I think I played the demo of this, by the way. Very well then. If you insist, then I suppose it's not my place to deter you. I'll just need you to sign on the dotted line then. Here we are, sir, your new home. You'll be staying in room 203. Did you bring the key I gave you at signing, I hope? Well, then I suppose I'll let you take it from here. There you go. Please promise me you'll wear a hat when you go outside during the summer. Oh, I will. Or I'll put the sunscreen on. Oh, hello. Ugh, gotta go buy more energy drinks again. Can't even think straight. And this was supposed to be my day off, too. Room 203. Appears to be your room. Ready to go inside? You bet I am. Looks like most of your stuff has already been delivered. Better start unpacking. Mouse isn't running away. It seems it's not afraid of humans. Give the mouse a cookie. Which you should never do, of course. No! Now it wants milk! The mouse snatched up the cookie and took off. Oh, see the handprints on the mirror? On the window, I mean? You must be tired. Maybe you should call it a day. Go to bed? Yes. Question mark? Question mark? Exclamation point? Oh, I'm the mouse now. Okay. What the fuck? What in the world you been turned into a mouse? Hey you. Yeah, you over here. This way, pal. Come on, buddy, let's go. It's a vent. At your current size, you should be able to squeeze through. Go through the hole? Yes, please. Hey there, pal. Cheese to meet you for the second time. Wait, second time? Well, yeah, you gave me that cookie yesterday, remember? Pretty rare to see that kind of hospitality in kids your age nowadays. Not bad, pal. Shame you didn't go around introducing yourself to all your new neighbors, too. They would have been really, excuse me, because then I would have been really impressed. You're a talking mouse. Yeah, keep it down, will you? It ain't that crazy now, is it? I mean, you're just as rodent as me, compadre. Okay, but who even are you? Look, I hear you, big guy. I think I probably better, I'd probably be pretty shaken up too in your shoes. For now, why don't you just call me Chief. Chief? Yeah, that's got a nice ring to it. Not gonna lie to you, pal. I've been waiting for a little helper like you to come around for a long, long time now. But don't you worry, I've got this gig down to a science, so I'll take you under my wing. You can be my trusty pupil. I didn't ask for this. Look, I know it ain't the most appealing prospect in the world. Okay, I do. But I gotta take it. But I take it you also want to get back in your own skin ASAP, am I right? Well, if you can just pull off a few little missions for me, we'll be able to turn you back into a human again. Don't worry, I get you, pal. You probably want some time to think it over. That's fair. Just let me know when you're ready to something. Is this some sort of dream? Maybe you should try and take a look around. Looks like a giant butt. What could this symbol mean? Looks like the door is locked. The knob won't even budge. Some sort of computer terminal. Probably shouldn't touch it without permission. Well, think you're ready to tackle some missions? Just tell me what to do. Hey, that's what I like to hear. Let's get down to brass tacks then. Now, I'm sure you must have heard the rumors about this place before you moved in. Or at the very least, this apartment building has a bit shaky history, shall we say, to put it mildly. Flint Town, I liked it. It was good. If you like incremental games like that, I think it's a fun, like someone said before, like it'd be really fun to play on your phone. That's for sure. It's a decent little time waster. Well, I'll have you know that those rumors are true, pal. So then, yeah, that's right. This place is haunted by ghosts. Yep, and their spectral energy slowly eats away at the mental state of anyone who lives here. Worst part is the poor folks don't even know what's causing it. I mean, how could they? I mean, humans can't see ghosts. That's where you and I come in, pal. We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna rid this place of ghosts once and for all. Hey, you know what they say? If there's a will, there's a way. Just gotta put in some good old-fashioned elbow grease, and there's nothing we can't do. But hell, oh, don't you worry, pal. I've got that part covered. Been preparing for this day for a long time, after all. Hey, not too shabby. Looking pretty sharp. What am I wearing? What do you mean? It's your work uniform, obviously. Gotta dress for success. First rule of any job. Plus, with these headsets we've got on, we can stay in contact even when you're out on duty. Pretty nifty, am I right? All we need now is a kick-ass name. I hereby dub us the Mousebusters. The Mousebusters? Yep, because we're a couple of mice and we ain't afraid of no ghosts. What's that? You got some constructive criticism for me on the name? Aren't we busting ghosts, though? What do you think? Mousebusters make it sound more like our real mission is to get rid of mice? Man, you sure like to fixate on trivial details sometimes, don't you? Look, as long as it sounds cool, that's all that matters, capiche? Now enough with the unrequested feedback. We gotta get out there and start zapping ghosts already. Now head on out there and I'll tell you where to go. Okay. Okay, pal, picking up some major spectral energy from room 101. Yo, Diabito! Taking the day off from causing trouble in Metropolis to come on down and gift out 10 subs to the Shadow Novas, Boozy Bandito, Artist Person, Vertex 101, King of Hearts, On My Level, Civvy, Mr. Mark, Doc Holiday, and Ads Plays.
Hail Berserker!
Thank you very much, Diabito. All right, pal, picking up some major spectral energy from room 101. That's the leftmost door on the bottom floor. Why don't you head down there first? You know what? I want to quit the game. Can I see some options? Damn it. Okay. There's spectral energy coming from that room. When you want to enter a room, use the ventilation ducts by the doors. I tweaked them so you can go in and out with any trouble. Oh yeah, that reminds me. So I've done a little basic profiling on each of the building's tenants. Not sure if it'll be any use to you, but feel free to take into account, I suppose. All right. Jesus, I've been here since 2014. Oh my God, Doc. 12 years. Holy shit. Wabbajack gifting a sub to Aikman or A1C Man. Not sure. A woman in her early 20s, bit of a fashionista as far as I can tell. Seems borderline obsessed with keeping up on the latest trends. Probably one of those girls who wouldn't be caught dead wearing sweatpants in public or even run to the local mini mart without makeup on. Okay. Let's commence. How's it look, pal? See any ghosts? Not yet. Yeah, I figured. Ghosts don't usually like to hang out right in the open. Sometimes you gotta snuff them out of hiding. Let's start by taking a look-see around the room, shall we? If you ever need help, just press the call button. Okay. A lot of empty boxes and stuff. Guessing it's all fashion related. Some shoes here look practically brand new. Hey, these are pretty cute. Feel like kind of a waste to stash them away like this when it's still such good condition. Me, I usually wear my shoes until the soles get worn through, pal. Boxes of various sizes stored neatly beneath the bed. All of them seem to be filled. Okay. They're purses and shit. Bit of a collector, huh? Oh, LZT, okay. What was that? It's a haunted apartment, pal. What do you expect? You look through the drawers and find anything of interest. Listen, pal, I know we gotta find the ghost here, but shouldn't have to have a bit more shame in rifling through a lady's drawers? I'm just doing my job. Yeah, I hear you. If we don't bust that ghost pronto, it'll be a poor girl who'll have to keep suffering the consequences. A little invasion of privacy, small price paid for the greater good. Don't let me stop you, pal. Keep up the good work. There's an assortment of clothes and accessories hanging up here. Yep, she buys a lot of clothes. Heck, even decides what to wear each day. Ooh, nice. Looks like you got something, pal. Sometimes you'll be able to find stuff like that just by exploring thoroughly. There's actually another way to unlock new goodies and furniture and stuff, too. I'll tell you more about it once you finish up this mission. Okay, good. More talking. There's a full-body mirror in the corner of the room. You decide to take a peek only to find another mouse staring back at you. Oh, wait, that's just you. Pretty big mirror, but I guess a girl like her probably cares about making sure she looks great from head to toe. Not picking up anything strange here, but it's a pretty smart place to check. Actually, good eye, pal. Mirrors can be major hotspots for spectral energy, after all. Especially when you've got two mirrors facing each other. That's bad news bears, pal. Pretty sure this is just a plain old mirror, though. Nothing to see here. Super proud to be in this community. Well, glad to have you, Doc. Eco mouse! Oh, should have mentioned earlier. Rodents like you and me were considered pests. Most humans don't like having mice roaming in their digs. Gotta stay out of sight if you don't want to get chewed or worse. Careful not to get spotted. Gotcha. Looks like there's some stuff on the table there. Better not go up there while she's on the couch, though. Definitely get spotted. Let's try looking elsewhere for now. Looks like the tenant's about to get up and move around. You better go hide, pal. Oh! Not sure why, but it kind of feels like someone's been watching me lately. I feel so restless all the time. Maybe I'm just stressed out and talking to myself. A lot of people on the wall, is there? Not that I have anything to be embarrassed about, of course. I always make sure to look presentable, even at home. No, that's beside the point. Ugh, whatever. Hopefully it's just my imagination. Well, looks like we found our ghost. Now we gotta just go over and zap it. What should I wear today? Oh, I know. I should try on the new tops I bought the other day. The heck? Is she gonna put on a little fashion show or something? Oh, we can't get rid of the ghost, but her standing right in the way. Gotta find a way to distract her so she move away from the window. Looks like she's got a fashion magazine plus a weekly periodical. I will drop the magazine. Florp. Not even that got her attention. What the heck are we supposed to do here? We really have no other choice but to wait for her to finish choosing an outfit? No. We gotta turn the TV on. There you go. Yep. And then you can use the buttons, yep. Bloop. Sunday Night Live. All the regulars, they bring on super funny and have a great comedic time. It's a real riot. Lots of hilarious kids. I don't care! Yeah, we got work to do, bro. Yo, Atchie, thank you for checking your Prime sub and using it on me. I do appreciate it. Okay, she's too caught up in her fashion show. No interest in comedy. Now, ain't that a shame? Only there was a show that appealed more to her interests, something that really grabbed her attention. You know what I mean? Guess we can try some other channels for now. Oh, My Neighbor Popolo. Probably the single most iconic Studio Weebly film. Still, I remember going to see it at theaters when I was a kid. Crazy how it's still getting rebroadcast over and over these years later. There you go. And now for this year's latest fashion trends. Oh, it's my favorite show. Not sure how this got here either. I can't believe I almost missed trend trackers. Pastel colored rib knit tops are shaping up to be the hot new thing this upcoming season. Oh, look at that. How cute. Gotta buy the latest trends and blah, blah, blah. Great work, pal. You got away from the window. Now's your chance. Head over there and finish the job. I will. Thank you. Give me some fucking action. Let's go. Okay, enough of the chit chat. Let's get the show on the road. Time to use your secret weapon. Show that ghost who's boss. This will be our first real job as Mouse Busters. Fire at will, pal, and be sure to shoot down its projectiles before they hit you, all right? Nice work, pal. Looks like you hit all those weak points. Now the core is exposed. You gotta blast that thing to deliver the coup de grace. Attaway, pal. Looks like you zapped that ghost for good. And you know what that means. Yep, we just pulled off our very first mission as the Mouse Busters. Honestly, that was a heck of a lot easier than I was expecting. This room's tenants shouldn't have nothing to worry about now that the ghost is gone. All right, now come on back to HQ so we can debrief. We're gonna take our underwear off? Swell. Nice work out there, pal. You did great. Okay, let's keep it up. What do you mean you're gonna raise the building to the ground? Unfortunate, I know, but the decision is final. As the owner of the property, I would consider it best capitalize on my investment. But we had an agreement, didn't we? Wait, don't tell me, was this your plan all along? Well, I have no idea what you possibly mean. In any event, your position will no longer be needed, so consider yourself terminated as of today. But thank you oh so much for your services and wish you the best of luck finding a new job. Okay. Good. Coming right along. Still gonna need a little more time, but that's all right. Should be ready by the time we clear out all these ghosts. Okay. The plot thickens. Morning, pal! What are you using that PC for? Oh, this thing is my work computer. I just figured I'd knock out a few tasks while you're snoozing. Rise and grind, as they say. Are you good with computers? Come on, pal. Seriously, what kind of question is that? Can't do nothing this day and age without computer. Were you human originally? Yep, sure was. Same as you, pal. I know. Probably still feels a little weird to you being so tiny and whatnot, but trust me, it ain't all that bad once you get the hang of it. Kind of comes in clutch sometimes, being able to survive on food scraps and squeeze through tight spaces. Ready for another big day of busting ghosts? Then head outside and I'll tell you where to go. Thank you. Oh, fuck. One more thing before you head out, pal. So I went ahead and set you up with your own little laptop here. Feel free to mess around with it. Actually, you know what? I'll show you how it works real quick. Go ahead and boot her up. Oh, fuck. All right. Let me give you a quick crash course on how to use this thing. This button will take you to the Ghost Zapper training program. If you ever want to work on your aim or get a little extra practice with that snazzy gun of yours, it'll do the trick. Think of it like a mini game, basically. Nothing serious. Have fun with it. Your video gallery. You watch little bonus scenes once you unlock them. And this button here will let you scroll through all the different items you picked up so far. Okay, I think that covers it. For more details, press the Hell button on the upper left corner of the screen. I'll let you take over from here. Feel free to mouse around a little. It's just take... At least give training program a quick whirl before heading back out there. That's enough yapping. Okay. Okay, I get it. I get it. $150, huh? Okay. See if I do better with the mouse. Probably. Wow. Fuck. I didn't do better with the mouse. That's funny. Oh, what? I can charge a shot? Yeah, 150 is all of them? Yeah. Oh, it's just cumulative score. Okay. Spectral energy from rooms 102 and 202. Can I clear out both, but you can start with either. There we go. Man, what a weird request. So asked me to put it in the recipient's room and set it up for him. Can he do anything by himself? There's probably gonna be more stuff like this too. Oh well, work, I guess. A man in his late 20s, from what I gather. He's a foreigner who came to this country to search for better employment opportunities. Kind of get the sense that he's having a tough time adapting, but yeah, totally different culture, so I get it. All right, time for another exorcism. Looks like the tenant's here. Be careful not to get caught. Don't worry about me. I'm doing just fine here. Well, thanks. Take care. Okay. I love you. Talk to you later. Okay. He's got a ghost in his picture. There goes our ghost. Don't think we'll be able to zap it unless we can send that picture frame up again. Oh, my stomach. Guessing not. Nope, it's too heavy. Too heavy. Yeah. Pretty guilty about lying to him, so they won't worry about him. Okay. Guess we'll take a look around. Oh, okay. Looks like a bank statement. Well, a little peek won't hurt, right? Oh, God, he's sending almost an entire paycheck back to his home country every month. That's nuts. How's he going to have money left to feed himself or pay bills? Feel like he'd probably just get away with being a little less generous in that regard. Okay. Okay. Can I? Oh, there we go. Gotta check under the bed. Lots of stuff down here, but at least it's nice and neat. Okay, what are the cardboard boxes filled with? Let's find out. Cup noodle boxes. Oh, he does buy them in bulk. Nope. Nope. Looks like they're written in foreign language. Probably the mother tongue can't recognize it. Wonder where he came from. Okay. I don't know why I feel so nauseous. Although I guess I am pretty hungry. Maybe I should eat something. Ramen? Man, I bought all sorts of groceries here, but nothing ever tastes quite right to me. Ah, hot water. Yeah, he's gonna have ramen, dude. There you go. He's gonna have cup noodles. He's gonna put all kinds of condiments in it. There you go. What's it? What? Add some topping to the ramen. Gonna be in there for a while. Okay. Do whatever we can to help him. It's only fridge roll. Okay. Let's grab some shit and put it in his ramen. Oh. Take this. It's a big old rucksack. Use to haul any ingredients you find. Okay. Here we go. All right. Grab some custard or pudding. Some bacon. Yep. Take the bacon. Okay. Oh, I can't have the can of beer. Natto. Oh, natto. Oh, no. It's so gross. Oh, God. Natto is the worst. Okay. Okay. Oh no, he closed me in. Shit. The fridge door closed. Oh God, can you open it? No, of course not. Won't budge. Okay, calm down. Push it, pal. Oh. Get me the heck out of here. Yeah. You can only pick 2 toppings, pal. After that, you can pick a seasoning to top it up with. Once you've grabbed it all you gotta do is bring it over and place it in the rum. Okay, so we're gonna put some natto and bacon. Now for the final touch, some chocolate syrup. You made ramen with natto and bacon and chocolate syrup on top. Now let's try to predict how tasty this ramen will be. You can do that. I can run some calculations. Easy peasy. Give me 1 sec here. Fermented bean curd. It's terrible. All right, let's see how you scored. Terribly. Total abomination. There's no possible universe this combo tastes good. You happy with this? No, I want to redo. Okay. Definitely bacon. And pineapple. Bacon and pineapple. Salty sweet. Sounds great. With some, yeah, Tom Yum paste. Sure, why not? Yikes again. All right. What would you put it in? Cheese and custard. Cheese and pudding? Maybe bacon cheese. Cheese, bacon, soy sauce. There you go. Oh, pretty safe choices here. Just show you ramen, basically. I don't see how we could go wrong with this one. You happy with this? I mean, I guess. All right. Makes it sound like there's a better topping. Also, that bacon was uncooked in the fridge, by the way. And I don't think you can cook bacon with just boiling water that quickly. Okay. Add the seasoning. Okay. Nobody cares, dude. Yep. Okay. Let me get to the goddamn ghost again. That was the fun part. Yeah. Nice work, pal. Oh, my neighbor's practicing guitar again. He sucked so bad at first and it made me want to claw my ears off. It's been kind of nice hearing him slowly improve. Gotta watch over his journey away. I must feel proud of him, as weird as that sounds. What the heck are we doing here, pal? Watch some guy eat noodles in a hot apartment while his neighbor makes our ears bleed? Talk about weird, man. All done. Maybe I should try adding my own different toppings from ramen from now on. Now pick your picture back up. There. Yes, you're gonna try harder. Good job. Thanks. Now fuck off. There you go. All right. Up we go. Nice work, pal. Looks like you hit all its weak points. Now for the core. Oh, heck yeah. Another ghost buzz. You're really getting the hang of this, aren't you? Now come on back. All right. I get it. It's a little dialogue heavy for me, but it's not too bad. All right, with the last 45 minutes, however long it takes, I do want to give this another shot. I want to give this anomaly game one more shot. And see if we can't get to the end. I want to see the end of it. Okay. That's not my mom. We got to make it through 20 fucking 3 days of spotting anomalies. All right, so the first one is going to be just your stock, so I don't need to do anything. Just go upstairs and go to bed. Give us 1 day for free. Okay, hold on. I guess for the new people here, if you want to help me out, you just got to look at the room. Coat rack, there's a phone on top of a green desk, there's a clock, a TARDIS, and a lamp. Empty shelf. We go in here, there's 2 crosses and a painting right there. 3 candles, one's melted on top of a radiator. We got 2 plants, one on top, one down there. We got a light switch, 2 speakers, a television, 5 things on this shelf, 3 things inside the case. We got 2 lamps, couch with 3 pillows. Mom is laying there having a nap. We've got Burbank Gossip and Sally's eyebrow with a vase on the table. And then we look in here and see like a piano, a stool, blah, blah, blah. We got 4 drawings there. 2 are, they're identical to each other, the 2 and 2. We got a pastoral watercolor of a cabin. Got a light switch, believe in yourself poster, and another cross. 2 red chairs, empty shelf, empty cupboard. And then we got that attic door closed, coat rack, desk with a plant. Okay. All right, now we're looking for anomalies, if there are. All right, good. Good there. Those look good.
Appreciate you. Goosey Club.
Those look good. Plant. Yep. Okay. 5 items, 3 items, 3 pillows, 2 lamps. Burbank Gossip Sally's eyebrow. Nothing up there, nothing in here. 4 drawings. Okay. Got the cabin. Believe in yourself. The light got a cross. That's closed. Okay. Thank you, Super Sea Lad. I appreciate you too, boo. Look good to me. Yep, we're good. All right. On top of the green thing. Yep. Okay. Oh, and that is following my PC's clock, so it's 6:22. So that chime will change because it's programmed to read my computer's time. All right, that looks good. 2 cross and a painting. Plant, TV. 5 items, 3 items. Lamp, 3 pillows. Okay. Mom's asleep. Empty. Nothing up there. Nothing in there. 4 drawings. Got a pastoral cabin. Radiator there. Believe in yourself. That. Fuck! I missed an anomaly. Don't know what I missed. Might have been something subtle. We were really close before earlier today, and the game glitched on us. God, I hate it when it looks like there's no anomalies. Okay, we're good. All right. Good. Two speakers, 2 plants. 5 items. I know that one had a label. Okay, 2 lamps, 3 pillows. Good. And for Big Gossip, Sally's eyebrow. Empty shelf. I just didn't notice it before. I don't think it's an anomaly. If it is, I'd be very fucking surprised. All right, 4 drawings. Believe in yourself. Radiator. Chairs. Fuck. Fuck! Okay, we're good. All right, phone on the green thing. Clock is fine. Okay. All right. Candles, radiator, crosses, painting, plants, good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks fine. Thank you, Novak. Nothing on the shelf. Piano room, nope. 4 drawings. Believe in yourself. Pastoral cabin. Fuck again. God damn it. They've done 4 or 5 like clean rooms in a row, and I fucking hate it that they do that. It looks good to me. Oh, we'll see. Okay, good. Okay, we're good. All right, phone and that looks good. Police box, lamp. Yeah. Candles, painting process. Okay. That looks good. 5 items, 3 items, 2 lamps, 3 pillows. Those look good. I'm sleeping. Okay. Empty shelf. And 4 drawings. Believe in yourself. Cabin. Radiator. Fuck. Shit, dude. It counts up how many rooms you've gotten right. So yes, the calendar will tell you what room you're on. Because we got to get up to 23. It counts up. God damn it. Again? Yeah, so we're on the 5th day. We got to get to the 23rd day. That's why this game is so fucking... Why it was so brutal when it crashed on 18. Okay, we're good. All right, phone on the green thing. Clock. Yeah, it's been like 5 in a row again. No lamp, okay. That looks good, that looks good. Crossing a painting. All right. Plants and speakers, 5 things, 3 things. Lamp, 3 pillows. Okay. Good. Empty shelf. That looks good. 4 drawings of plants. Cabin radiator. Fuck! Believe in yourself. And... Okay, we're good again. No, the heart, let me show you the heart. The heart changes because of the reflection of this. I know, it's weird. It's gold, and then it's red because of that reflection. Yeah, no, that we've dealt with that before. Okay, clock is good. Police box, lamp. Hey, mom's up. Look at that. Hey, look at mom's up. That's an anomaly. Easy one. Good. Let's fuck off. Okay. Phone that. Police box, lamp. Candles, radiator, crosses, painting. Speakers. Okay, 5 items there, 3 items there. Lamp. 3 pillows. Burbank Gossip Telly's eyebrows. Vase looks good. Empty shelf. Anything in here? Nope. 4 drawings. Believe in yourself. Cabin, radiator, chairs. Fuck! No idea what I missed that time. None. Does the paper on the table change? No, that's it. That's the rules. Oops. Yeah, I don't even know what I missed most of the time. I mean, obviously I don't know what I missed, or else I wouldn't have missed it. Oh, there we go. That's an anomaly, the eyeshadow, red eyes, whatever. Oh, were the clock numbers upside down? That could have been. I could have not noticed that. That's for sure. Frame rate look like dog shit. It might. It might very well look like dog shit. It is a itch.io game. I don't know if they put anomalies out the windows or not. Nice work. No piano. Good job. I wouldn't have noticed that. That was a close one. Oh, green. Oh, drawings are gone. Oh, it's a huge genre these days, Pigzor. Yeah, anomaly games are huge now. They're very trendy. I could play a whole day of them easily with how many come out. And drawings look good. Cabin looks good. Radiator, chairs. Okay. We're good. I just hate that the walk cycle is not smooth. Oh, there's Mom. Mom's awake, so. Oh, pillow's gone. Middle pillow is missing. All right. Phone, clocky clock. TARDIS and lamp and thing. Nothing there. Okay, looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Oh, you just beat Master Healer Kale in normal mode? Nice, Popsicle. Congrats. Congrats to you. Okay. Good. Vase looks good. Mom looks good. Empty. Anything in here? Okay. 4 drawings. Okay. Believe in yourself. Cross. 2 red chairs. Got that. Anything out the windows? Not as far as I can see. Okay. Okay, we're good. All right, there we go. Do it to me again, aren't you? You pricks. Okay, 4 drawings. Yep, I believe in yourself. Okay, that's closed. Ugh! Hate these. Please be clean. Thank you. Okay. Lamp. Cross on the walls. And plants and TV look good. That was good. Okay. There must be some kind of massive stat unlocks because, to find because there's a very hard mode. Oh, there is. Oh, shit. Oh, hey, there we go. There's Mom. And there we go. The reason why we're playing this, one of the other reasons is because the person who suggested it, Kiss Glue, said there's a surprise ending that's kind of satisfying and wraps things up. Okay, 2 lamps, 3 pillows, good. Mom's look good on the couch. Okay, base. Empty shelf. Okay, that looks fine. 4 drawings. Believe in yourself. Cabin. Radiator. Everything's closed. Fuck! Oh, good. Okay, we're good. We're on 13 out of 23, so we got 10 more days to go. Okay. Okay. We got Sally's eyebrow. Good. Oh, hey, there's Mom. Look at that. She's having fun. She's just hanging out. Just hanging around, having a good time. Okay. Okay, looking good. Okay, lamp. Okay. Candles, radiator, crosses and picture. 2 speakers, TV, 2 plants, light picture, 5 things, 3 things, 2 lamps, 3 pillows. Burbank gossip. This is a very minor thing, but did it always say 10 cents on Burbank Gossip? If anybody knows or remembers. I think it did, but I don't know if anybody's paying attention to that sort of detail. Okay. All right. We got 4 drawings. Believe in yourself. Oh, it always says 10 cents? Okay, cool. Well, shit. Another clean room, huh? Good. Okay. All right. Phone thing. Okay. Clock. Good. Looks good. Candles. Hey, there's Mom. Look at that. She's Mecha Chameleon. Police box and lamp. Candles, radiator, 2 crosses, a picture. 2 speakers. 2 plants, light fixture, okay. 5 things, 3 things. Lamp, 3 pillows. Okay. And looks good there. So right there, we got 4 drawings. Believe in yourself, light fixture, okay. Yep, good, all good. Shit. Okay, we're good. Okay. Okay. Good. Oh. Okay, let's get out of here. We saw that one before, so that's good. And then it fucked up right after that, didn't it? The last one, like, it glitched out right after that cat one, didn't it? All right, there's the phone thing. Clock is good. Clock. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that is probably what got me. I ran into her. I think that's what got me. I backed into her and didn't see her. I bet that's what we thought was a glitch. All right. We're on the day 19, guys. We're close. Okay. Clock looks good. Okay. Box lamp. Good. There. Speakers, plants, light fixture, light. 5 things, 3 things. 2 lamps, 3 pillows. No, the painting above Mom looks like it's looking at you, but it's not. I've had that same thought before. But it just kind of looks like it's looking at you. All right. There's the 4 drawings. Believe in yourself. Cabin. That. Okay. God damn it, dude. No. No. Not a clean room. Shit. I hate it when it's clean. This is always so nerve-wracking. Oh, good. Okay, we're good. All right, 3 more days. All right, I got the phone and that. Clock looks okay. Police box and lamp. Okay. 2 plants, 2 speakers. 5 things on the shelf, 3 things in the case. We got 2 lamps there, 3 pillows. Mom looks tired. Eyebrows. Empty shelf. Or drawings. Believe in yourself. Cabin. Radiator. Fucking shit. Fuck. Shit my pants. Leave. Fuck. Alright. 1 more day. Phone thing. Clock looks good. Lamp. Alright, candles, radiator, 2 cross in a picture. 2 plants, light fixture, okay, light fixture there. 5 things, 3 things, 2 lamps, 3 pillows. Okay. Vase looks good, mom looks good. Empty shelf. Can I invoice you new underwear? You can. You can try. Oh, look. Awesome. The attic's open. Awesome. Okay, we're on the 22nd day right now. Candles, radiator, paintings, crosses, okay, lamp or plant, speakers, TV, 5 things, 3 things, 2 lamps, and 3 pillows. Yes, it is a TARDIS. His eyebrows, Burbank gossip. Mom looks tired. Okay, 3 shelves empty. Nothing there. 4 drawings. Believe in yourself. Cabin. Radiator. Holy fucking shit balls. Get the fuck out of here. All right. Last day. And then there's a door open. My boy, listen. It's in the house again. I can hear it moving upstairs. Slow steps like it's pretending to be gentle. It looks like a child, but it isn't. Its shape is wrong. Too dark. Like a shadow trying to wear a child's body. Every day it wanders through the house, room to room, searching for anything alive. It always goes upstairs eventually. I saw it go into your room once. I thought that was the end, but it never came out. I don't know if it could see you, or I don't know if it couldn't see you, or if it thought you weren't alive anymore. Whatever the reason, don't make a sound. Stay still. I'm trying to figure out how to stop it. I don't have a plan yet. The outside isn't safe. More of those shadow things are in other houses searching for anyone still alive. They don't leave until a place goes silent. I love you, my sweet boy, more than my own life. Stay hidden, stay quiet. I'll come back for you, I promise. I'm the shadow boy. That's not my mom. Cool. That was a pretty neat ending. I dig it. Cool, cool. We did it, guys. We made it. Hooray. Okay. Well, that's going to do it for Indie Saturday. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you guys had a good time. I had a blast. I appreciate you. Drop frames tomorrow. I'm not sure if we have a guest or anything. Not sure if we have a guest, but we should have a show tomorrow. Yes, we did have an if-then pick, and the pick was Dismantle. And that's where we're going to, we're going to pick it up at, on the 28th. Oops. There you go. That's the game that was chosen by, Enshem75. We're going to be checking that out on the 28th. Of this month. But let's see. Yeah, Tuesday. I at least have a sponsored stream for it, but we might play it all day. Who knows? We've been meaning to go back to it since they've, you know, kind of futzed around and fixed it. But High on Life 2. I got a sponsor stream on Tuesday for High on Life 2. Who knows? We may play that all day. Don't know. But I will see you tomorrow for Drop Frames, or Tuesday, whichever one, for High on Life 2. But for now, I'm out of here.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya!